Going live for the second time today. Welcome to the Out There channel live stream 273. I said 271 yesterday by mistake and you can't edit that out. Let's see if the audio's all working. I couldn't hear Roberts and I couldn't hear anything at my end. It's almost like we got hacked and the sound was disabled. Welcome to the Out There channel live stream. Hang on, I'm hearing feedback. Is that you, Roberts? Okay. Let us know if the sound's okay on the side there, Susan.
Should be fine now, Paul.
CPU's mixed out here. Great.
Nope.
It's not looking good. I think we lost a few people there. They probably haven't realised we switched to a new stream. But we can't help that.
No.
Testing. Let us know if the volumes on the mic are all the same as they used to be. Did you say hello, Robert? I think it's all working now.
Yes, hello, Paul.
Sounds good this end. Thank God for that. Jesus. I haven't even got this wind up right here. Man, that was so Men in Black. That was really strange this morning. CPU is so maxed out. What's going on? Hello. Good to be back. Yeah, be civil on the side, no hardcore swearing, no trolling, no promoting frauds, and have a good time. How's the sound on the side? Sounds good, good. Yeah, that was, I never had that problem before. That was really, really strange and creepy. It's almost like someone disabled the USB ports on the computer, which could happen if I was hacked. It's possible.
Yeah, which is what Susan's saying there. Yeah.
Or it could be just Microsoft hacking me. Microsoft seems to destroy itself. The Windows 10. It's got so much spyware added in. Backdoors for the government. We've tried to remove it, but I think the updates, they try and sneak it back in. But anyway, I think it's all catching up on the CPU now. No crackly sounds or anything. We're back to normal. We only got 2 people with us now. We had about 6 to start with. Is Ken and all that out there? Can someone?
I don't know if
can someone email about? Yeah, can someone email them guys around? They probably haven't even got notification because the time was all screwed up, unfortunately, and they won't know I'm here. Unless they're on Twitter. I post it on Twitter, not Facebook. But anyway, I need to rearrange these icons. So, better type up the welcome message at least. Just check out a few things here. Susan Shelley's gone. She was there on the side for a minute. Welcome to... I wish people know to check my videos if we had a problem like that, because normally when I end a stream, straight away you know I'm going to create a new one.
Yeah, Susan's got a YouTube notification, so the others should as well.
Yeah, can you just edit the link on Facebook maybe for us? 73, wasn't it? So we're doing UFOs and pilots again. What the hell's going on here?
Oh, come on.
What have I done wrong? Pilots. This is really part 3. I think we've done two already. Hey, we got Charles back with us. Okay. Hopefully the sound's all back again. Yeah, the men in black really did take us out this time, I reckon, or the woman in black. Anyway, what are we doing today? Alaska, Japanese flight, and a few others.
Oh, yeah, the infamous Flight 1628, yes, the Tavahouchi, the pilot was, yeah, and he paid the price for speaking out. But anyway, before that, let's have a look at Donald Trump's little statement on Roswell.
It wasn't much of a statement. It was only about a minute long, I believe.
Yeah, it's 49 seconds. Actually, I'm sure we can play that safely, Paul. It's quite interesting what he said.
I didn't have that link. I only got the one from Blackvaults.
I've left the link there for you.
And it just come up now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a wee bit stressed. It's going to take a wee while for me to get back into the swing. We got this problem again with the studio being added on the front, which is stupid. What's going on here? It's on full. Yeah, it's on full screen. We need to reduce it. What's happened? Oh, you have to play it first. Hope it's safe to play.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, you know.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Before you leave office, will you let us know if there's aliens? Because this is the only thing I really want to know. I want to know what's going on. Would you ever open up Roswell and let us know what's really going on there?
So many people ask me that question.
I know, it sounds almost ridiculous, but it's actually the real question I want to know.
It sounds like a cute question, but it's actually, there are millions and millions of people that want to go there, that want to see it. I won't talk to you about what I know about it, but it's very interesting. But Roswell's a very interesting place with a lot of people that would like to know what's going on.
So you're saying you may declassify? Oh. You'll take it?
Well, I'll have to think about that one, right? I'll have to think.
Okay, so that was his son there, wasn't it, Eric? Is it?
That was his son interviewing him, so you have to take that into account. So, so we know that he knew that question was coming. But why on earth say something like that? So what's the implications of this? Is it part of his campaign to get back in office? Is it a little promise that I might tell you about aliens if I get in again?
It didn't come across that way to me.
Well, okay.
He said he knows. He said he knows what's. Yeah, didn't he say he knows what's going on? Let's just play it again. Didn't he say that he knows what's going on?
I think we need to play it a couple of times. Play it from the beginning, Paul.
Yeah, I don't want to play all that music at the front, though.
Before you leave office, will you let us know if there's aliens? Because this is the only thing I really want to know. I want to know what's going on. Would you ever open up Roswell and let us know what's really going on there?
So many people ask me that question.
I know, it sounds almost ridiculous, but it's actually the real question I want to know.
It sounds like a cute question, but it's actually, there are millions and millions of people that want to go there, that want to see it. I won't talk to you about what I know about it, but it's very interesting. But Roswell's a very interesting place with a lot of people that would like to know what's going on.
So you're saying you may declassify? Oh. You'll take it?
Well, I'll have to think about that one, right? I'll have to think.
So you have to think about declassifying Area 51, but he knows what's going on there.
Yeah, Area 51 had nothing to play in the Roswell incident, Paul. There was no Area 51 in 1947.
I thought maybe he was referring to Area 51, what's going on there.
Well,
But
no,
anyway,
he's referring to the Roswell crash, and he's implying he actually knows what happened there. And he's saying that it's very interesting.
me, I sort of took that to mean...
He's considering telling the public.
Yeah.
The thing is now, he said that, there's not much turning back.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Still sounds like
I
a
don't
Black Ops thing, way he was talking there, though. Because he had a smile on his face. If it was aliens, he wouldn't be so canny like that.
I don't know. I don't know how to take it.
Mm.
But why bring it up at all in the first place? Because now he's kind of said, well, this wasn't Project Mogul, it was something else.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. A Black Ops project that's gone wrong.
Well,
he said he may declassify it.
Yeah, but I don't see what it could have been that went wrong, because if it was a Black Ops project that went wrong, then surely there'd have been a recovery team now within days. Instead, the wreckage was laying in the desert there for days until Mac Brazel of Rancher found it and handed it in. It was only then they became aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
Most businesses are walking around trying to complete.
Damn. Sorry about that. Got an ad pop up. Hey, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Alright, okay, that's alright then. I thought we lost you again. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know really much you can say about that clip. And what's the point of it? I don't know.
Yeah, why bring it up in the first place? I mean, it was obviously a little bit staged, wasn't it?
Well, I suppose all the presidents already said they're going to bring up information about Roswell, and he might as well do it himself.
I mean, yeah,
maybe
he's
he'll be the
Black
first.
Ops. I don't know why you're saying it's Black Ops. I really don't know, because if you've got any ideas on that, please do let me know, because
wow.
Yeah, I'm interested. If you think you know what it is, there's no one's worked it out yet. And I'll be quite honest with you, I don't think Trump knows jack shit about Roswell. I think he's talking through his backside there.
Maybe.
You can almost smell it.
Maybe. But he might be the first president to ever release all information. Who knows?
Yeah, but okay, but maybe that's a possibility. Well, John Greenwald even said that it's
you got to remember. Unusual. You got to remember, Trump's not like any other president that's gone before him.
No, he's got a big gob.
No, he always sticks to what he says he's going to do, and people don't like that. He's a businessman. He's not a politician. And he's released other top secret information about spying on Iran. So why not let Roswell go if it turns out to be like a flying ring project that went wrong, or maybe a Russian plane that come down or something? Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, okay, but Paul, if that was the case, that there should have been a recovery team there very quickly, and the materials they were describing of what happened at Roswell just were not does not fit with the Russian aircraft. It just doesn't.
Well, unless he releases what he knows and the documents associated with it all, we just have to speculate. But yeah, I suppose we better carry on to the next topic, really.
Yeah, well, while we're doing this, breaking news kind of thing, you might as well have a look at this Wilson leak thing, yeah?
I don't think I typed my welcome message in, did I?
I think you've got a link to that, haven't you?
Go type that in. So we're doing, as we were saying before it went wrong, UFOs and Pilots Part 3. Alaska was the first one we're going to be doing. And what's Charles said? Did you piece last night about lies? Can't you see he's telling lies?
Well, I've got to side with Charles on that one. I think that was a bit of a stunt, you know.
Yeah.
He realises so many how many people are coming on side with the UFO topic now, and he wants to appeal to that part of the public, you know, because it's going to knock him up in the polls, isn't it? Let's face it. And as much as you may like Trump, I can tell you now he's a politician, and all politicians are shady.
Well, maybe. But he is a wild card. He always has been.
He is a wild card, yeah, but I don't see any benefit from him telling the world about what happened at Roswell, the actual truth. I don't think he even knows. I'll be honest, I don't think he knows anything.
Okay, the other part of Blackvault was the Wilson document theory that he brought out here. But we only play a minute of it because he goes on a wee bit.
Okay.
It's 14 minutes long.
Script. I have a collection of all favorite movies. Script.
Just want to skim past it.
I have a collection of all sorts of crazy stuff. This is one of them. It was a gift to me from my sister. And this script, as you can see, Columbia Pictures. If you haven't seen the movie, watch it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
You can see on the right-hand side of your screen how a script is set up. If you've never seen a movie script, it's plain and simple. Scene setups. You place the scene. Sometimes you date it. Daytime, nighttime, sun shining, outside, wet, pouring rain, so on and so forth. Then you set it up with the scene itself, like this one. Phil enters the old library of the house. The matron of the house, Miss Lancaster, spots Phil. So you set up the scene, and then you get into the dialogue. You'll see Miss Lancaster, did you sleep well? Phil, you know, even with emotions tacked on to it as well in between the dialogue. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, here is my crazy theory. Because it actually makes sense. If you go back to this page where it lists Eric Davis meeting with Admiral Wilson, the date 10/16/02. Read the first line. Rich says to go to EG&G Special Projects Building at Greer and Paradise. Meet at 10 a.m. Don't be late. Sets the scene. Time 10:10. The Admiral is late. Arrives with 2 Navy officers in uniform. He's in suit. Now civilian in uniform. 1 full lieutenant. 1 commander, a petty officer, drives the car. The scene is set. Greetings with Admiral Wilson. We sit in his car. Everything, the stage is set. Dialogue. Thomas Wilson. Hello. The minute I saw your resume, U.S. Uniform Division's ID copy, Air Force orders, and physics paper Rich gave, I knew who you were. Eric Davis. Thomas Wilson going back and forth in these notes. Dialogue. Look at this. Who in their notes puts an interruption? Eric Davis. What was this? Thomas Wilson. Let me finish. Who puts that in a note? Now, that could be just a quirky thing that Dr. Eric does, and if so, I've never seen it before. Or is it dialogue? Is this a scene? Is this a fictionalized account of a scene in a car behind a Las Vegas building between a scientist and a retired military officer giving secrets in a movie? Are we just waiting to fill in the director and writer and producer line of what this is? Is this a segment of a movie script? Because you can't get away from it's nearly identical, albeit very amateur. Meaning it's not an exact script, but it is set up like somebody who wants to write a script, or quite possibly a consultant. somebody who's in the know, who knows the key players, base it on real people, base it on somewhat real events, or at least rumored events, and create a fictionalized story. Somebody who would be in the know, like a Dr. Eric Davis. Somebody who probably did meet through the years Will Miller and Dr. Stephen Greer and maybe even Thomas Wilson, who knows? But that he knew how to craft a story, or at least somebody working in that same arena. Now, if you don't believe me that television looks for this, it's on right now. If you look at the History Channel on Project Blue Book, it's based on all real stories, but completely fictionalized. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, a real scientist. However, this storyline that unfolds is completely fabricated. That's television. Now, you might say, well, come on, you can't really compare a 2020 or 2019 show. Fine, I'll take you back. One of the best ones in this genre was The X-Files. I'll go on the record and say it was the best one.
That's
excellent.
better.
Mm-hmm.
And yet entwined in The X-Files, Chris Carter put MUFON, real UFO events, real terminology and phrasing, all real elements, and sometimes I think even real people, though likely name changed, yet it was all fiction. I want to take you back to that page, this page here, the front page, the date, October 16th, 2002. And I started kind of really getting stuck on this entertainment thing. And I'll go back to the X-Files. You know what happened in 2002, earlier that same year that this letter took place? The X-Files came to a very successful end. From 1993 to 2002, that first run of series, I believe it was 9 seasons, came to an end. Episode 19 aired in May of 2002. This document was written just a few months after. Now, why is this important? I call it the next Dog the Bounty Hunter. Now, here's why. This is a personal note. Now, Dog the Bounty Hunter has absolutely nothing to do with this, but I'm putting it in to tell you a very quick story about my career in television as a producer, a writer, and a director. Now, when Dog the Bounty Hunter was on the air, I was working for A&E Networks, which owns the History Channel. I had developed a couple UFO shows that sold and aired. You might remember some of them. I won't rattle them off, but it was during the UFO Files series, and created quite a few of them. And what we were doing was creating a series. And the idea was always from the network executives, even beyond A&E, was find the next Dog the Bounty Hunter. The success was so big with that show. You Reuters doing articles just on the fact that...
Okay, I'll stop it there so people can go and watch the full one on his channel. But I think he's nailed it here. Because it did... I always thought it was like a movie script and like a pilot for a show that someone got the hands on and posted it out to all the key players out there.
Know,
Cameron
meeting in the car park, and one guy taking the notes, and then Thomas Wilson just hopes like hell that Eric Davis doesn't say anything about it, and next thing you know, it's all over the internet.
Yeah,
nonsense.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
None of them's admitted to the document, which is very strange. Now it's been leaked out. There's a good reason that you could sort of admit it.
Right. Okay. The only thing Thomas Wilson admitted to was talking to Stephen Greer about special access programs. He did admit that. But he said he had no time to follow up on it.
I reckon Stephen Greer wrote it. I always said that from the beginning, and I reckon he posted it out to people, and it ended up in their email poll, or what you call it, the postal.
Mitchell's collection. There's no question about it. It came from Edgar Mitchell's collection, but just because he collected something doesn't mean to say, because he was a reputable type of guy, doesn't mean to say the document is reputable.
Yeah.
And anything associated with Stephen Greer is dodgy as hell.
Yeah, but it's the sort of thing that Stephen Greer would create a movie about. and send it out to people, asking if they want to fund the project, because he's doing it all the time, isn't he? And maybe he sort of ran with it, knowing it's really a movie plot. Who knows?
Well, to be honest, Richard Dolan, that leak of the century is running right down his leg at the moment, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't make him look good. It really doesn't. I mean, and he ran with this 9/11 as well, that it was an inside job with no real evidence to support what he was saying. I don't know what's gone wrong with Dolan in recent years. He just seems to run with everything, but that there was always a few little flaws in the past. When he went with the Roswell slides. He turned up and made a lecture on that at some conference, and that was clearly a mummified child, and it was proved to be so as well, which made Don Kerry and Don Smith look like a pair of numpties, which is very unfortunate for the UFO community, because then everyone thinks we're just a bunch of idiots.
Well, he's correct. That script did come out all around about 2002.
Yeah,
and back then the people said it was fake, and no one actually picked up on the movie script. But he, like you said, he works in the movie industry, and for some reason he picked up on it. Maybe re-looked at it with fresh eyes, and then thought, "Hang on, this is reading like a play script or movie script or something like that."
Yeah. Jesus, man. It's fooled. A lot of people got excited about this Wilson leak. I was like, as soon as I seen it, because there was a kind of a disinfo thing with it on. Just that final line.
Yeah.
UFOs are real. Alien abductions are not. Well, that was always going to drive a wedge right down the middle of the UFO community, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If that document was taken to be real, then boom, that's going to cause trouble. So it just smelt of disinfo to me from the beginning. I didn't like it. I never had liked it.
Yeah.
And I think now, okay, but you know what the hardcore people will say? Well, Wilson had to say that. He couldn't admit to it, could he?
No.
He was lying. Well, come on. Davis hasn't confirmed it either. So he reckons he wouldn't know Davis if he walked into the room. He said he may have talked to him at some stage in his career, but he has no recollection of it either. No, I think this Wilson leak business should be put to bed once and for all now. I don't think it's of any value to anybody. Unless someone comes forward that was involved and makes a clear statement, then we've got nothing to run with whatsoever.
Well, if it was a movie script that someone found in a pile of trash, right, and it had the missing cover, they might have thought, oh, right, this is brilliant. I'm just gonna post this around to the guys, and not actually and see what they think of it. But I think
it's a clever hoax. But for Dolan to run with it, he obviously thought it was quite convincing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God! I got
just go and listen to his whole.
On my end,
Sorry.
I've got some crackling going in on my end.
Yeah, I can hear it, but it's not too bad.
A little bit further away from my mouth now. Is that any better? I don't know.
I can't hear any crackling here. Just say hello.
Okay. Hello.
Now let me just reset things. Hello. That sounds better. How about your end?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Sounds alright now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like the men in black are going to have the fun time today, I think. Or the woman in black. So when to Shelley, she didn't rejoin us. So yeah, next one is about the Japanese pilots, is it?
Yeah, hold on, I'll sort that for you now.
Yeah, they're saying much better now. I don't know. What's a stupid thing? Like I said, it just randomly happens. And that crackle is to do with the mixer, though. The mixer software. It corrupts the buffers or something.
So we have left a link there for you, Paul.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Thank you, Mojo. Yeah, it might be the best, but no one watches. So. Overnight, you can see that we gained 3 subs on BitChute. That's growing really fast. That was 303 last weekend, so it's grown 13 subs in a week. Well, YouTube has gone backwards, lost subs. Now you tell me how that's possible. I think it's not going to work here. Let's see, is it? Oh yeah, it's going to work. Yeah. Strange encounters. Better make sure that works before he comes back. Oh, I'll tell you, man, I'm so stressed. My heart rate's still going crazy.
The strange encounter of Japan Airlines Flight 1628.
Now, I better start selecting this while we're waiting. Looks like there's a lot to go over. I know there's some good interviews on this. I'm not sure if he's got them queued up or not for this particular case. It's really one of the best cases. It's one of my favourite cases, one of the best cases out there, where someone actually snuck out the radar data before they clamped it down. So we'll just wait for Robert. He's always having lubricks. Yeah, I see Open Minds is trying to copy what I do. Did you see that on Open Minds, that tweet that came out yesterday? Robert, are you there? Okay, he's got it muted, I think. Are you there, Robert?
Yes, okay, I'm back now.
You see Open Minds, Rojas put out a thing yesterday saying that he's going to do a lot more live streams with debunking, or, well, he said video analysis, which is what I do. Stories and interviews and guests on it. Sounds very much like I've been doing for the last 3.5 years, or 4 years almost now. So, yeah. He was late to the party. He only started doing live streams like last year. Last year anyway. So yeah, I've queued this up ready to go. Mojo's saying that we're the best UFO channel out there. I think we're the only UFO channel out there, actually, to tell the truth. All the others,
come on. There's a lot of good channels.
Well,
I mean, let's face it.
Hang on, no, the Blackvaults not really a UFO channel. It's good, but it's not just a UFO channel. He does also conspiracies.
Yeah. But it's mainly UFO stuff that he does, and he's document minded, isn't he? You know that
Martin Willis just interviews guests. Really, he doesn't do anything other than do that. It doesn't, and the guests recount various cases, right? So he's good, but is he really a UFO channel? You know, we sort of do the whole shebang. We'll have guests on, we'll do everything. We'll do the debunking, we'll bring the news, we'll do UFO cases, new and old. We do the whole lot here, and we do paranormal thrown in as well. and occasional
but you need
sites. And,
specialist people like Greenwald, don't you, and the Black Vault. You need those specialists. I mean, we're not doing the freedom of information requests like he's doing.
Yeah,
You know?
of course.
So I'm saying there's plenty of other good channels. Martin Willis has some great guests on.
Yeah, they do their
they're
own
worth
thing, but
listening
they're
to.
not a complete package. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
They
no,
do
I
their
know.
own. They do
But
their own
we
little
use
niche.
But we use that silly reader, which doesn't go down well with everyone, and it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Well, you can read it all out if you want to, but I find no
Jesus,
problem.
yeah.
I find no problem with the reader myself.
No. I
Here we
mean,
go.
Some of the
I don't
most
see it
spectacular
that clear
UFO
on my
accounts
side. Okay.
I know you're a wee bit behind.
come from pilots and aircraft. These are the witnesses that seem to know what they are talking about, who are familiar with the skies, and the various phenomena associated with them, and reports of strange unidentified objects from such witnesses always capture attention. One of the most well-documented such accounts on record comes from a crew aboard a Japanese airliner flying over Alaska, and it has gone on to become a much-discussed entry into the realm of airborne UFO sightings. It was November 17, 1986, and Japan Airlines Flight 1628, a Japanese Boeing 747-200F cargo aircraft, was on its way from Paris to Narita International Airport, in Japan, with a cargo of Beaujolais wine. The flight was overseen by Japan Airlines Captain Kenji Terachi, an ex-fighter pilot, and senior airline pilot, with more than 10,000 hours flight experience, and everything was smooth at the start. The plane took off on schedule, and made its way towards its destination, a route which would take it over a portion stretching from Reykjavik to Anchorage, Alaska. It was here in these skies that the routine flight would take a turn for the decidedly unusual. At approximately 5:11 p.m., the plane was passing over eastern Alaska, when some of the crew made an observation of two unidentified objects on the left of the aircraft, described.
Yeah, let me just bring up the location. I don't even know where this is.
Yeah, Reykjavik to Anchorage.
Is that in Canada, that one, or is that Russia?
Alaska.
Let's see if it comes up. I know Alaska's this area here. Top of America there.
Its final destination was Japan.
Let me just type that in and see what it comes up with. Iceland, it reckons. Iceland to Anchorage.
Yeah, which is Alaska. So there's journey.
Anchorage, Alaska.
It's between those two locations that sighting occurred.
There we go. It's a fair distance. It's almost in a straight line there, though. So it went over Alaska, though. So it must have been when they're crossing the boundary here. Somewhere between there and there.
Yeah. Lots of strange things happen in that Alaska region, I can tell you.
It's going to be icy and mostly mountain ranges, isn't it? And pine forests. So, that gives us an idea where they're heading. Let's just carry on.
Reykjavik to Anchorage, Alaska. It was here in these skies that the routine flight would take a turn for the decidedly unusual. At approximately 5:11 p.m., the plane was passing over eastern Alaska, when some of the crew made an observation of two unidentified objects on the left of the aircraft, described as having rectangular arrays of thrusters that appeared to be glowing. The objects seemed to be square-shaped and somewhat cylindrical, and were keeping to the cover of the clouds and darkness, yet undeniably were apparently pacing the plane, suddenly rising with great speed to approach the plane, getting so close that the interior of the aircraft was illuminated by their glow and the heat emanating off of them could be felt. The alarmed Captain Terachi made a series of panicked calls to the Anchorage Air Traffic Control Center to see if there were any other aircraft in the area, to which they responded that there were none showing up on radar. It was about at this point that the two unidentified objects began to dart and move in a very erratic manner, and a much larger craft also would loom into view behind them. Terachi would say of the weird encounter, "The distance from the lights was far enough from us, and we felt no immediate danger. I thought perhaps it is a UFO. The lights were still moving strangely. Most unexpectedly, two spaceships appeared, directly in front of the plane, shooting off lights. The inside cockpit shined brightly and I felt the warmth of the UFO's thrusters
I see they
on my
said
face.
spaceships there.
Then, 3 to 7 seconds later, the fire, like from jet engines, stopped and became a small circle of lights as they began to fly in level flight at the same speed as we were. The middle of the body of the ship sparked an occasional stream of lights, like a charcoal fire. Its shape was a square, flying 500 feet to 1,000 feet in front of us, very slightly higher in altitude than us. Its size was about the same size as the body of a DC-8, similar in size to a Boeing 707. It is impossible for any man-made machine to make a sudden appearance in front of a jumbo jet that is flying 910 kilometers per hour, and to move along in a formation paralleling our aircraft. But we did not feel threatened or in danger. Honestly, we were simply astounded. I have no idea why they came so close to us. There was a pale white flat light in the direction where the ships flew away, pacing us. The anchorage center replied that they saw nothing on their radar. I set our digital weather radar distance to 20 miles, radar angle to horizon. There it was, on the screen, a large, green, round object had appeared 7 or 8 miles away, in the direction of the object. We arrived at the sky above the Eielson Air Force Base and Fairbanks. It was a clear night. We were just above the bright city lights, and we checked the pale white light behind us. There was a silhouette of a gigantic spaceship. We must get away quickly.
So, he's talking about spaceship here, but he said it was
Strange.
what did he say? It was a square, a rectangle. Rectangle rays or thrusters appeared to be glowing. What's he talking about there? Maybe the Nimitz Satan talked about a square inside a sphere inside a cube or something, or
No,
cube
no,
inside.
no. That was no. That wasn't the Nimitz encounters, Paul. That was the 2015 event. Yeah, the USS Roosevelt. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course, there's less come out about that. Because you think in 2015, Paul, let me finish. In 2015, most of those people are probably still employed now.
Yeah.
But of course, when they get to retirement time, then they can possibly start talking a bit more. So we don't know so much about that event as we do about the Nimitz encounter, which was much earlier, 2004, wasn't it?
Yeah, so this is kind of crazy. The objects seem to be square shaped and somewhat cylindrical. So what's that even mean?
Yes. So it's like a tube.
Yeah, but how can that be a square? A square tube?
Well, no, Paul. It's not unusual for these things to change, seem to morph.
I think he's talking about like the angle iron stuff, you know, where you got like a pipe, but it's square shaped. But that's kind of weird.
Yeah, but it's like it depends on your angle of view as well. You know, of how you describe the shape of an object.
But then he's saying it's like a spaceship as well. But it's not what he drew a picture of, but he's talking about the smaller craft here, not the big mothership. But anyway, we'll carry on.
Yeah.
Quickly. The larger craft was described by Tarachi as a mothership, and reported as being twice the size of an aircraft carrier, looming out there on the horizon, and pacing the airplane. Throughout the whole ordeal, the original lights were displaying feats of maneuverability that were
like
well beyond any known
aircraft,
seeming to defy gravity, and Tarachi would say of this. The thing was flying as if there was no such thing as gravity. It sped up, then stopped, then flew at our speed, in our direction, so that to us it appeared to be standing still. The next instant it changed course. In other words, the flying object had overcome gravity. In the meantime, air traffic control was unable to register anything on their radar to confirm any of this, although Elmendorf's NORAD Regional Operations Control Center, ROCC, did manage to pick up a surge primary return in the area. Tarachi carried out evasive maneuvers, changing altitudes and moving about in circles, but the strange craft easily managed to match them and continue to follow, and when offers were made to scramble military jets, the captain refused, not sensing that there was any imminent threat. The objects would continue their inscrutable activities until a United Airlines passenger jet entered the airspace around 150 miles from Anchorage and purportedly sent the UFOs scattering off into the unknown.
This comes way after Close Encounters of the Third
Flight
Kind mothership,
1628 would land safely, and Tarachi and his crew, co-pilot Takanori Tame Fuji and flight engineer Yoshio Tsukuba, would file a report with the Federal Aviation Administration on what they had witnessed.
When was Close Encounters?
Was 78, 79, yes? This was 1986.
Yes, so talking about motherships being that huge, it was really comparable to what was in Close Encounters of the Third Kind movie.
I honestly don't believe that this was anything to do with Teruuchi's imagination, Paul, after you watched the film. I can't believe that.
I'm just putting it out there.
Yes, sure, that's no problem. But as I told you before, everyone was expecting an explosion in UFO sightings after that film, and it didn't happen. He actually went down. The public's not that gullible. They knew
but
that was just a film.
Also, was it Spielberg movie? He said...
Spielberg? That was Close Encounters.
Was it Reagan said to Spielberg, "This is actually real, isn't it?" And they smiled or something.
Yes.
What was that comment?
Right, yeah. The comment was, "You're one of the few people in this room that know this is a reality."
Yeah, so that means they must have known about
big mothership. Word to Spielberg.
So that means if it's based on real stuff, then they must have known about motherships before. Also,
well. Yeah.
I don't think I've heard about motherships until I saw Close Encounters, where it had all the little UFOs coming up. I don't think I remember any stories that I read about motherships.
Paul, motherships, I don't even like that word. I don't like it. It's putting it in our way of thinking. I mean, anything large can be considered as a mothership, can't it?
Yeah, it sounds very similar. The site in here, though, sounds very similar to that New Zealand case, Kokora Lights, where you had little lights zipping around. But there were people saying it was like a mothership as well. They saw a mothership with the lights going into it. Now, I had a mate that was living up in Auckland. He saw a mothership way out to sea early in the morning.
But what? Yeah, hold on. Did he describe it as a mothership?
Yeah, he said there was little lights coming from under the sea and all over the place around New Zealand and entering the mothership, which is quite interesting. It makes you wonder if there's an undersea base somewhere up in the North Island. You know how I was talking about most of the landmass of New Zealand they believe is a lost continent and it's under the sea, and some people suggested that probably New Zealand was actually Atlantis. I thought that was kind of interesting later on when I found that information out, thinking, I was thinking about that guy's story, talking about the mothership where he called all his, woke up his whole family. He woke up all the family and said, "Look at this," and he said they're all staring at this mothership with the lights coming from all over the place and from under the sea.
So does that mean I have to call you the man from Atlantis from now on?
Well, possibly. But New Zealand's very quiet for UFOs though, but that's the most crazy story I ever heard. And
I don't know, it's had its fair share of reports, you know. I mean, I've given you a couple that you weren't aware of.
Yeah. But he said
it's a global phenomenon. It's not all focused on America, trust me on that.
Yeah, he gauged it on the bridge in Auckland, and he said it must have been at least 5 miles across. This thing
Jesus.
hanging in the air, and it just suddenly went up into the clouds and disappeared after all the lights entered into it. He said it was just
Wow.
like Independence Day. I didn't believe it at first because I wasn't really that big into UFOs, and
Oh, well, you've looked into it a little more now, haven't you? So
and
I
the
don't think
guy swore, and he said he had witnesses all saw it. You know, the kids and the wife saw it, and it sort of changed their
Jesus,
life.
Paul, that was a really good opportunity. You should have followed up on that, lad.
What?
You should have damn well asked who the other witnesses were and got in touch with them.
Well, it's his family, but I don't know if anyone else.
I wouldn't let that go. No way would I let that go.
I don't know if anyone else reported it, apart from him. Maybe no one paid any attention because it was like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Maybe nobody wanted to talk about it.
Exactly. But anyway, we better carry on. But I'm just saying, motherships are very rare. I've heard that story, Close Encounters. I've heard of cigar UFOs being motherships as well. But the cases like these ones are just great big huge mother saucers, not really cigar shaped. But he was talking about these other craft being cigar shape, the little craft that come from it. So maybe there's a super mothership, and then there's the cigar motherships, and from them come the little saucers. So maybe it's 3 classes of motherships, a bit like Star Trek, I suppose.
Witnessed. The bizarre account would get out into the press, and interestingly Captain Tarachi would be grounded in response, relegated to a desk job, which only stoked the fires of conspiracy talk. John Callahan, the FAA Division Chief of the Accidents and Investigations Branch, launched an investigation, and would turn up some interesting findings, such as evidence that showed that the objects at some points had been clocked at moving thousands of miles per hour. Callahan would apparently have a meeting attended by representatives of the FBI, CIA, and President Reagan's scientific study team, during which the data was met with excitement according to him. He would say, "When they asked me what I thought, I told them that it looked like we had a UFO that was up there. As far as I was concerned, Reagan's science team were the ones that verified my own thoughts about it. They were very, very excited about the data. They had said at that time that this was the only time, and they had used the words a UFO was ever recorded on radar for any length of time. Regardless of this, it was allegedly decided to basically bury the data on the incident, and all present were told to act as if the meeting had never taken place at all." Not only this, Callahan would claim that the officials had confiscated all of the data and whisked it away, although he managed to squirrel away the initial pilot's report. The FAA would conduct a 3-month investigation into the incident, and after it wrapped up there would be a fair amount of backtracking, such as claiming that the military radar signatures had been caused by technical difficulties and a split radar image, and that there was no evidence at all that anything
like
had been there.
James Oberg comment, that does.
Yeah.
Radar glitch.
Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, we've talked about them before. We done it. Was it last week or the week before? They've been known to cover a lot of shit up, you know. You can't trust anything that comes out of their official explanations for stuff. But so okay. So now we've got the witness of him, and we've got the radar data, and we've got the witness.
Yeah.
So it's not only that, they sacked the poor guy because he talked out to the press. You see, he talked out to the media, and they sacked him, stating that he was he'd humiliated that particular Japanese airline. Anyway, in a letter from Timothy Good, allegedly, he actually sent a letter to Teraheuchi's boss, stating that he was actually a very brave man for speaking out, and he listed a number of sightings that were very similar. And as a result of that letter, they gave him his job back. And Timothy Good said they should be proud of him, not ashamed of him. And they turned the corner on that, and he got his job back because
Well,
for I think about the 4 or 5 years he was flying the desk.
Well, 10,000 flying hours is quite a long time.
Hell yeah!
Mm.
And he kept calm during the incident.
Mhm.
So everyone home safely. Only mistake he made was opening his gob.
And yet Japanese are the ones that always had cameras on, and that pilot didn't have a camera on him.
Well, it was 1986, Paul.
Yeah, but still, Japanese are real camera-hungry type people. They're always taking photographs. And they always seem to have a camera on them. Because back in Japan, that was like the cutting edge was film industry there. And it probably still is.
Japanese tourists, they're amazing.
Yeah,
they come to Holyhead quite often.
Yeah.
There must be a million pictures of me and my dog out there. Somewhere in Japan.
Of course, Sony chips is the cutting edge now in home surveillance, low light technology. They're just leading the way, and you now got color night vision, so it's only going to get better and better. More pixels.
Yeah, Nikon is my P1000. That's Japanese, isn't it?
Oh,
Nikon.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a sub finally.
Whoa!
We got a dancing alien sub. That's a long time since we had a sub during the live show. Well, Teresa, thanks for joining. If you're out there on the side, just say hello. I didn't see the dancing alien though. Is it a wee bit behind that? Yeah, looks like it's like 1 minute behind here on my preview, is it? But yeah, carry on. What were you saying?
God knows now. Yeah. So anyway, Timothy Good. He's a UK researcher. He done a lot of books. Above Top Secret was one of the best-selling books of all time, and it was a damn good book too. And the other updated version of that was Beyond Top Secret, where he took out the MJ12 papers, realizing, in his opinion, that they were hoax. So both books are good, and you can pick them up secondhand on Amazon for a couple of quid these days. You know, good book.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's the guy who wrote the letter anyway. Yeah, carry on.
There. The case has ever since been picked up and hotly discussed in UFO circles, where various hypotheses have been thrown about. The skeptical argument is that the crew had been disoriented and had misidentified Venus or Mars, both of which had been unusually bright at the time in question, or that they had been reflections on cloud cover or the result of optical illusions caused by ice crystals. However, we must remember that these were experienced pilots, and that there was mention of actual heat from the UFOs permeating the air around them. Another skeptical argument is that Captain Tarachi had already established himself as being a UFO believer, having logged several other sightings during his tenure with the airline, and so it is suggested that perhaps he was not a totally unbiased observer, but here the phenomenon was witnessed by other crew as well, who corroborated the story, although it is only Tarachi who apparently saw the mothership. The exact details of the meeting allegedly attended by Callahan have never been officially released or corroborated either, further muddying the waters.
Hear, but I can't.
What did Japan Airlines Flight 1628 see, if anything?
Can you hear me?
The theories have orbited the case, of course, including that this was some sort of top-secret stealth technology, or...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Suddenly now I can't post anything on YouTube.
Are you there, Robert?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm not hearing. Hello? What the hell is going on? Hello?
Well, okay. Charles is saying that.
Just check. Hello?
We can hear okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello, hello.
I've been sabotaged. What am I going to do?
Shit. Oh, fuck sticks.
Are you there, Robert?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can see the meter going up, but I can't hear a thing. Looks like it's picking up your talking. I'm not sure if you can hear anything.
Near you.
Let me just try something here.
I can post again now. I couldn't post earlier.
It's almost like it's muted.
Can you hear me, Paul? No, I don't think Paul can hear me. Yeah, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Fucking hell. Never realised COVID-19 was a computer virus as well.
Says I got no sound going to it. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Paul. Can you hear me now?
Let's see, must be a way to get around this. Hello. Hey, we got it back. Are you there, Robert? Oh no, we're close to him. Yeah, we got it. Got it going, I think. Here we go. Are you there? Robert? Are we back? Robert?
Hello.
Oh, we're back. I think we got it. Is it still working? Streaming?
Joking.
I had to restart the mixer and unplug and replug the USB. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. Well, let me just... But at least I know how to get it going again without rebooting. Okay, so whereabouts were we? Sorry about this, guys. Windows 10 for you. At least we got a way around it now. I think it sounds alright. Hey. Let's go back a bit.
Okay.
Technology or experimental aircraft being tested, that it was actual aliens, or that it was nothing more than Venus or ice crystals. The intriguing thing here is the meeting that supposedly took place afterwards, and the unceremonious grounding of the pilot who logged it all. Is this evidence of a cover-up, or something else? Regardless of what is really going on here, the case has become one of the most oft-discussed and pervasive in UFO literature, and stands tall among the numerous accounts of pilots having brushes with the unknown. Tags Airline Aviation Bizarre Japan Modern Mysteries of the Air
there we go,
Strange
Paul.
Encounters UFO Mysteries UFO Sighting UFO.
Alright, we got to the end already.
Yeah, baby, that's cooked. Yeah. But very interesting case, famous case.
I thought you might have some...
What was it? Yeah, Flight 1628, wasn't it? The infamous Japan Airlines case.
Why am I here? Hearing myself. Yeah.
Oh, for God's sakes, don't tell me. Can you hear me?
No, I was hearing an echo of myself. Looks like something got ticked on. Something weird going on, I tell you. But anyway,
it's not your fault, pal. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault.
Yeah, it's like there's a visible hand clicking on things here. Could be remote controlled. But anyway,
yeah, we'll move swiftly on while we can. I don't know how much time we got left before we get...
Is there any interviews of the pilot that we can use? There was...
No, not really, but...
Should we have a look?
The TV show, you know? I did have a look, Paul, and I couldn't find anything that I really found that I thought we could use.
Let's have a quick look, just in case. Interview. Well, he only talking Japanese, didn't he? Or did he talk English? What's that one there? Has that got the interview on it? Let's see. Emanation. Can't use that. Wasn't it not a basic thing? Oh, there's a lot of
Hold
links on it.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Conducted an interview. What's that one here? It's only a minute long. Emanation.
Yeah, hold on, Paul. Listen, I think you can. Okay, go on then.
What's this one here? Let's just have a look. So we don't know if they've used any copyright material in their edits, though. That's the thing.
Okay, listen, you can play this one. Well,
Yeah, let me just have a look, see if there's any. That's the emanation. See, when we get black and white,
that's the one I was going to give you. It's it doesn't have any music in it. It's just but you have to rely on the subtitles. So you need to blow it up to full screen for people to be able to read what's going on there. But it's a good reconstruction, this, of what happened.
Yeah, I was looking just for the interview and him holding up the drawing.
No, there's no interview there, Paul.
Okay, where's it going from? Sounds like only airplane noises. Oh yeah, it's got music. We can't. Where's the head of it? The head's been chopped off here. Something screwy going on. See that? I can't scroll up. There's got to be a bug in Microsoft. Everything's gonna go wrong. Now it's right. Weird. That's really weird. No, that one's no good. I don't think. Maybe. What's that one there? Let's have a look at that one.
That's not the same. That's not the same flight, Paul.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Hot robots. Let's have a look.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those ones that get banned. We can't win.
Feels like you've got two hands tied behind your back here.
Yeah, I know.
Don't mind one hand being tied behind the back, but when you got two.
Yeah, it's really hard to find an interview that we can use. Voice recorder, that one sounds alright. So let's have a look at that one.
No, it's not. That's flight 123, Paul. It's not the same flight.
Right. Japanese. That's a shame. Maybe we have to type his name in.
Oh, mate, come on, let's move on. We're just bothering the shit out of people here, pal.
Okay. It would have been good to have him on interview. I thought you may have found the link. I ain't got time to. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What do you want to do? So you're saying we're finished with that topic now, are we?
Yeah. We're gonna have to move on.
All right. It's your choice. Anyone out there finds the interview, let us know. Everybody can help us research this stuff to bring a good show.
No.
We don't, we're sort of busy guys. As you can see, we've got technical problems that occur all the time. And it's a weird problem. So what's this one? Scientists explained alleged sight in Japanese pilots. Anyone out there finds the interview, let us know.
Scientists explain alleged UFO sighting by Japanese pilot
Robert,
over
you
Alaska.
got it overlaying us. We're sort of busy guys. Come on, you got to mute. What's going on?
Technical problems that cure all.
Robert, what's going on? Are you there?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what the hell is going on, Paul.
Come on, mate.
Yeah,
You must have YouTube playing in the background. Just make sure
yeah,
it's
and it
muted.
started up on its own.
Don't tell
There
me
you go.
that.
Links
That's
there,
the same. That's the same sort of shit I'm getting. It's like Jitsi is doing something. Me and Black are going. I know we joke about it, but still, it's like someone's trying to sabotage us all the time.
Okay, I've left a link there. Let's move on.
I'm trying.
NEW York, AP, _ a Japan Airlines pilot, who claimed to have seen an unidentified flying object alongside his airplane last November was actually seeing an unusually bright image of the planet Jupiter and possibly Mars, an investigator said Tuesday.
Paul,
Philip
what the
J.
hell is
Class
this?
said astronomical calculations
Stop
show
it.
that on November 17th, when the
This is what you said to read.
Jesus, man.
That's the link you gave me.
No, I'm going to leave it again now, okay?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hit
That's
this
the
link.
link.
This link, Paul, on YouTube now.
Oh, what's this link you give me here then?
I haven't got a clue what it is.
Well, I copied it from the side. Unbelievable.
This is the Old Delhi site in 2007. That's what we should be looking at.
Don't blame me, I'm just copying the link off the side.
Oh, fun and games.
Well, you gave it to me.
There we go.
2007 Alderney UFO sighting.
It's a good case, this.
Well, let's hope that it goes smoother than the ones before.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think we're going to have to do a Christmas special.
Oh, Christmas cock-up.
The 2007 Alderney UFO sighting happened on the April 23, 2007, where passengers on board a civilian airliner saw views of what they thought to be two UFOs. The whole event lasted between 12 to 15 minutes, and the pilot noted that he had never seen anything quite like it in his 8 years of flying the same route each day. The flight took 45 minutes, and took them from Southampton in the UK to the Channel Islands. The crafts they saw seemed to be airborne, but stationary, and emitting a yellow bright light. Another pilot 25 miles away also confirmed that there was a presence in the area noted by the pilot and passengers. Even his radar showed that an object was present. Further studies were undertaken which could not find a link that was definite due to the fact reflections of radars on passenger ferries could have caused misreadings. Roy Bowyer drawing. Just 10 weeks prior to the 2007 Alderney UFO sighting, there was a sighting of 2 lights, and then a further 25 over the Alderney coast. Although the possibility of the sun reflected from a greenhouse below was put forward as an explanation, the amount of time the sighting lasted for meant that this reasoning was disbanded. The onlooker felt that it was not a reflection that caused the sighting, but instead a light emission. A shape could definitely be made out when he looked through his binoculars. A clear band could be seen like that of a cigar, and it bore no resemblance to a normal plane. The onlooker contacted Jersey ATC to find out whether traffic in his direction could have caused it, but only a faint radar signal could be obtained. A passenger of the plane saw both shapes of what they believed to be UFOs in close proximity. The shapes were flat and emanated a yellow light that came from inside of the crafts. They were estimated to be a mile in width. Another pilot reported the same thing from further away. The pilot urged other air crew to be vigilant and report any sightings, whatever they deemed them to be, as protocol. He felt the only way for the sightings to be looked into properly by thorough investigation would be if air crew made reports to authorities. Even from the ground, the 2007 Alderney UFO sighting was reported by the BBC Radio in Guernsey after 2 visitors staying in a nearby hotel asked hotel staff what the objects they had witnessed could be. The sighting was reported to be coming from Alderney, and Jersey Airport had radar that recorded the whole incident and sent it to the CIA for further investigation. The record had been made on the airport's low-level system, but unfortunately not on the secondary, which is commonly used for controlling air traffic. Whether the radar station that was close to the Cap de la Hague, which was situated near a nuclear reprocessing site, had sightings is unclear.
Yeah, but so you got 2 pilots that have witnessed the event. You've got at least some radar data.
Mm.
And yeah, I'll leave this link here because this is Roy Bowyer talking out now.
Yeah, I don't think I brought up the drawing before we left the other one. I just want to have a look again at this. See if it makes any sense.
Yeah, that's Teruhuchi. Doesn't look anything particularly man-made, does it?
No, I just wonder where the little craft pictures were that he drew. It might be here. Oh, here we go. What's that one there? Looks like slightly different. Oh.
You know, considering its size as well.
Yeah. Looks like it opened it up.
Oh, size of 2 aircraft carriers. I'm going to need one big hangar for that.
Yep. Looks like it's got lots of drawings here on that one. Let's have a look at that one.
Yeah.
Oh, how can we open that sucker up? So what has he got here? Come on. Ad block, who cares? Please disable. We'll disable it, alright. We'll disable their block up. Anti-block thing. So what do we got here?
Just need to go to the toilet while you sort that out, Paul.
Okay, this is a drawing that he must have drawn. But it's all in Japanese. What's that saying there? Oh, is that the 2 craft he saw? What's all those little dots? Looks like he's got a radar thing there. So there's a picture of the plane there on the right. So it's like 10 times longer and 10 times as high. No, probably more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 12 times high. Robert keeps going to the toilet. So it looks nothing like this one here. And that's all the drawings that he did by the looks of it. But no. What's that drawing there? Looks like he drew another one here. What's that one? What a top view would show a complete circle. Yeah, it's not the best of drawings, is it? Yeah, he's got some more here. I think Robert should have really found the official drawings and added it to the show myself. But anyway, what's that circling the plane? And what's that one there? The flight path, is it?
Yeah, Paul, come on, man. Don't want to waste too much time on this. Now we've moved on to another case, so
we're waiting for you to
let's
come
go
back.
back and forth.
Yeah, we looked at all the drawings there. So this one here is in what location again?
This is Alderney. Yeah, this is the Channel Islands. Now the Channel Islands are actually closer to France than they are to England.
All right.
But they're still part of the UK. Yeah, they're like a zero tax island. If you want to
Guernsey.
live there, you've got to have plenty of money in your bank.
So there's the island of Guernsey.
Mm-hmm.
You reckon it's expensive to live there?
Yeah, they're very expensive. Yeah, but once you're there, it's cheap. They're tax free.
All right,
So
that's way down there, is it?
Yeah, you can see they're actually.
I thought it was way up here.
No. It's in the channel. They're in the channel, English channel.
Yeah. So it'll be hotter over that direction.
Yeah, it's quite warm there, in the summer.
Mm. So he was flying over the island when he saw this mothership.
Albany is one of the smaller of the islands. Guernsey's the biggest one, followed by Guernsey, which is the second biggest one. Albany, I think, is further fourth in terms of size.
Was there a mothership on this one?
Well, no, they were just two huge
UFOs.
ships, maybe a mile wide.
Makes you wonder where they come from.
Whether it was from he was viewing them from like 55 miles away. So to see anything from 55 miles, it's got to be on the big side, doesn't it?
Makes you wonder if it come from the sea though, or whether it come from space.
Well, as I've always said, like the oceans are a good place to hide.
Yeah. Of course, in that location there, that's where a lot of the war happened, right? World War II, across the channel there. Who owned Guernsey? It must have been the French, was it? During World War II. Who actually owned it? Do you know?
I think I can't remember now exactly when we gained those islands. I think it was during the Second World War. Because up until then, they were still. Yeah, they were still French owned until then.
Yeah, so you got Guernsey,
you have to
this
remember
one.
that yeah.
It's not a really big island, is it? Really?
No, it's tiny.
Really tiny. Does it even have a runway on it? I suppose it does.
Well,
looks like there.
Yeah, I don't suppose he was going to land in a field, was he, Paul?
No, but there wasn't much to that story. Was there more to that story, or was that it?
Yeah. I did leave a link there, but you've probably lost that by now with the side chat. So I'll post it again. Okay, let's get straight onto it.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I got a link here. I don't know if it's the same one.
No, I'm posting it again now. Okay, cool. Be cool. Calm down.
Was it a YouTube link?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that must be it. Interview with a fairly chubby guy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
It's
the one?
Boy, yeah. Yeah.
Mile-wide UFO spotted by British airline pilots. So you want me to display that?
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same link, by the looks of it. Are you sure it's safe?
I think it is.
Oh, it's got some music there.
You can skip that. It's a Pebble Mill interview, I think. No, it's not Pebble Mill.
And do we need to put up the privacy thing?
I don't think you should. This was on the news, you know.
Yeah. Doesn't mean a thing anymore, though, does it? Let me just...
no, it doesn't
let me
make a
just have a
job any
play
easier, does
here.
it?
Depends on the CPU speed, of course. See what happens.
With a belly full of YouTube. Can't do anything anymore. You can't.
Yeah, YouTube sucks. Unfortunately. It's too controlled now. There we go, that'll be good enough.
Paul, that's inaudible.
You reckon it's too bassy? Hang on.
It's too bassy. You can't understand him, can you?
Hang on. Let me just sort it out. Give me a chance here. I gotta boost it up, probably. I need to minimize that. Hang on. I'm stressed. Yeah.
Yeah. You're not the only one.
The CPU's behaving actually. Or we can make it not so
Just
bassy.
try and make it so people can actually understand what he's saying.
Yeah. Is that alright or not?
That's okay, Paul.
Hallelujah.
Mm.
We saw that before on the web page, I think. Damn CPU. Is that it? Just go back, see if we can enhance it a wee bit. So
Yeah.
there's that small island we were seeing on Google Maps. So this is obviously before Google Earth was around. And he saw the UFO there, was it? Or was it that the UFO? Let's see. Wasn't well explained. Oh, 2 UFOs. So there's fair distance apart then, the 2 UFOs then. How many miles apart would that be on the map? So he drew a UFO there. And another one there. So that would be about 15 kilometers apart, the 2 UFOs. So that's kind of weird, isn't it? Would you see 2 UFOs 15 kilometers apart in the air? They must have been fairly big. Did he say they were?
Yeah, I thought he'd seen him at 50 miles, to be honest.
Yeah. Hasn't got any subs on this, which is a bit unfortunate. He said they were quite huge. Just go over that again. Okay, I need to go back a bit. Just replay it again. 737, he said it was the same size as. That's right.
Well, no, he actually said it was up to a mile wide.
Yeah. Twice the size as a 737. That's not a mile wide though.
Well, yeah, this is how things get distorted over a period of time. Because when he was asked in another interview, he was asked, "Did you say it was up to a mile wide?" And he says, "Yes, possibly."
Okay. So why would he change his mind?
He didn't change his mind as such. He just wasn't as sure.
When was this interview? Does it actually tell us?
I think that was the Pebble Mill interview.
Doesn't have a date on that. It looks pretty old. It's definitely not 2017 when that was interviewed there. It looks like a 4:3 screen, so it must be before 2000. So when did when did it happen
2007.
again?
Oh, it happened in 2007, so it's got to be after that, yeah.
Really? 2000?
Yeah.
4:3 TV? I suppose it's possible. Okay. Must have been the last stages of 4:3 TV then. Yeah, it does say a mile wide here on this thing here.
Yep.
But that's not what he said in the interview. He saw it from 50 miles away and it was like double the size of a 737. So this title is wrong. Kind of weird. Alright. So what's that bit there he's talking about then? I don't quite understand. He's talking about 2747. Is he talking about one of them being a mile across maybe? Hang on, let me just go back over that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds like a mothership then. So he told the air traffic control it was double the size of a 737, and then he said it must have been a lot bigger than that. By the shadow.
Yeah.
On the water, I suppose, so on the sea, he's talking about there. And it's not too clear, really, what he really means. Anyway, I suppose we better move on from there then. Have we got another link
Well,
or
no,
what?
not really.
Ah, right. Where are we heading to then, Robert?
Well, what happened? He got involved with David Clark on this incident. You see,
David Clark being...
yeah, you know, do you remember David Clark? The people listening know David Clark.
Seems to ring a bell, but remind us.
Yeah, David Clark is basically a professional debunker, and he left the case in his hands. Not a good idea. I knew from the start this was going to end in tears and it'd fall out, and they did. I'll leave you a link now to Wikipedia, okay?
Okay.
David Clark is an arsehole.
Well, that's the second time. I'm almost going to have to get you a rhino. Second time you said that. On the show today. It feels like a rhino day, though.
Yeah.
People don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this F-bomb one. That's if it works. Everything seems to be going wrong today. The rhino. So you want this link brought up of David Clark?
Yes, please. Just to make my point here, that's all. Like, you just highlight the first 3 paragraphs, please, Paul.
He suddenly got louder. Did notice he got louder? Last time it did that, it went wrong again. God knows. First 3 paragraphs. I don't think it's going to work. Let's see. Book reader, maybe. Let's see how that one goes.
2007 Alderney UFO sighting. An Orkney Air Britain Norman Trislander similar to the aircraft involved in the incident. Observer and object locations. The first object is presumed to have been near the Cascades, west of Alderney, and the second some miles north of the island of Guernsey, 1-2. On April 23, 2007, Captain Roy Bowyer, N1, was flying a routine passenger flight for the civilian airliner Orkney Air Services when he and his passengers gained progressively clearer views of 2 UFOs during a 12-3 to 15-minute 4 period. Bowyer had 18 years of flying experience, 2-5, and the 45-minute flight was one that he had completed every working day for more than 8 years, 2-6. Their 80-mile, 130 kilometers, journey of 45 minutes took them from Southampton on the southern coast of England, southwestwards to Alderney, 2, being 10 miles, 16 kilometers, from France, and the northernmost of the Channel Islands. 5. Their particular flight path had them converging on 2 enormous, seemingly stationary and identical airborne craft, which emanated brilliant yellow light. A pilot of a plane near Sark, some 25 miles 40 kilometers to the south, confirmed the presence, general position, and altitude of the first object from the opposite direction, 7-8. Radar traces also seemed to register the presence of 2 objects, which Roy Bowyer believed to be correlated with the position and time of the sighting. 5. A study by David Clark, N2, however, could not establish a definite link, as the radar reflections of cargo or passenger ferries may have affected at least some of the readings, too. Bowyer disagreed with Clark's team on the supposed link between the radar traces and ferries, and proposed that 2 solid airborne craft, which were not and could not have been manufactured on Earth, were working in unison that day, as suggested by the evidence that their sortie was coordinated in both time and space. 9. Captain Patterson, the second pilot witness, posited some type of atmospheric phenomenon as explanation. 10.
There you go.
Prior
That's it.
observations, edit.
That's it, Paul.
Yeah. So it was the right page.
So David Clarke has debunked it because that's all he does with every single UFO case. He debunks it. And Roy Bowyer left it in his hands, hoping he'd give an objective opinion on the sighting. And they both ended up falling out.
So what was he saying? It was weather inversion, radar reflections, I guess.
Yeah. He was going to do that. He was always going to do that. Clarke is a modern-day Philip Glass. And who are you going to believe? You're going to believe David Clarke, who's got a degree, a PhD, my apologies, in folklore. Yeah? Or Roy Bowyer, an experienced pilot with over 10,000 flying time behind his name.
There's no picture of
10,000 hours even.
That sucks.
Yeah,
investigator,
you can find
journalist. Wikipedia obviously haven't got copyright permission for his image or something. Who is he anyway? Images. Is it him?
That's him. Top left. That's David Clarke.
He looks a bit smug there.
Well, don't make me do it, Paul. I don't like him.
Yeah. We end up with Rhino on your head again.
Yeah.
So where to now then? So he was saying it was a reflection of the body of the aircraft, radar reflection of cargo on passenger ferries underneath. Right, okay. Was there actually any ferry boats on the sea at that time, though, to make that comparison? Doesn't really say. Did you say there was another link we got here? No.
Yeah, Bowyer said no. This is it on that incident now. But Bowyer said that it was very clearly defined. It was first tried to be explained away by a lenticular cloud, and then David Clarke came up with this harebrained idea that it was reflections and it was temperature inversion, and he had to think of something, didn't he? Because he was never going to have an objective opinion on the case anyway. He never has on any UFO case. That's what he is. He's a debunker. And you know when the Project Condign papers were released, they let him in charge of it. Not good. Not good. Hello, Paul. Can you still hear me?
I can. So what's these pictures?
Right.
These are the pictures that he was drawing. So he said there was a dark area here. What the hell is this dark area on the flying mothership then? That's kind of weird. Could it be like
He said it had very clean lines. So
yeah, but what was this dark area? Is that like a ventilation releasing heat or something? I don't know.
Yeah. So basically, he's saying that the radar data was just a glitch.
Was that the plane he was flying?
Yes.
Not much of a plane, is it?
Yeah. No. Well, you think there's only you're looking at about 17 to 20 miles between the takeoff and landing. And of course, it wasn't just him that seen the object. There were several of the passengers on board that seen it as well.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if David Clark's right about the radar data, he's calling the rest of the witnesses liars, you know.
And what's that about poor visibility here? Captain Patterson described poor visibility.
What he hit a sun haze as he was about to descend for the landing, and that reduced his visibility to just a few miles, so he could no longer see the object. And of course, he was coming into landing anyway.
Yep. Well, we have seen the Fata Morgana causing strangeness. So yeah, it's saying here yellow in color, believed that it's pertained to some kind of atmospheric phenomenon.
Because he was only working for like a small airline company. It wasn't exactly United or British Airways. So you can get away with a little bit more when you speak out, you know. And unfortunately for Teruhuchi, he was working for a major Japanese airline, and yeah, he ended up flying a desk after what he said.
What's this one on the press release? Let's just read that one out.
Yeah, sure.
See if there's anything different there.
Captain Roy Bowyer addressed the U.S. National Press Club on November 12, 2007, and highlighted some details of the sighting for Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming this morning. My name is Roy Bowyer, and I fly a civilian airliner as captain. I've been invited here due to my sighting last April of multiple, as yet unidentified objects over the Channel Islands region of the English Channel. This encounter lasted for 15 minutes, and the first object being visible from 55 miles distance.
That's different.
On nearing the object, a second identical shape appeared beyond the first. Both objects were of a flattened disc shape with a dark area to their right. They were brilliant yellow, with light emanating from within, and I estimated them to be up to possibly a mile across. I found myself astounded but curious, but at 12 miles distance these objects were becoming uncomfortably large, and I was glad to descend and land the aircraft. Many of my passengers saw the objects, as did the pilots of another aircraft, 25 miles further south. There is also possible radar information still being investigated. A team headed by Dr. David Clark looking at this case will shortly publish a report, but I understand that at this time no definitive solution has been discovered to explain the sighting as yet.
So there were passengers there, but we got no passengers coming forward what they saw, which is unfortunate.
No. Yes, one or two actually did. I've seen interviews with them, and they were very, how can you say, very English, middle upper class people. And once people, unfortunately, some UFO investigators can be a little bit pushy, and they got a bit fed up with that, and they stopped talking. Right. But there's some interviews out there with a couple of the passengers.
Have you got
and what they said was pretty much.
You got access to any of those interviews?
No, I couldn't find them. I seen them years ago. I remember this when it happened, Paul.
All right.
In 2007, I was already well into the subject then, you know, and it was all over the news. Mum and Dad were alive then, and they were very interested in it as well, you know. But yeah, we can move on to the Air France AF3532.
Yeah.
Flight. I'll drop a link for you now.
We're coming up to 2 hours at the moment.
Yeah, that's not bad. We can go in an hour, can't we?
Not bad, considering all the glitches we've had today, which is unexplainable.
Cock-up, guys. Yeah, no idea what happened.
It's got to be Windows doing something in the background. That's all I can say.
Now, you know, look just what's happened there. Yeah, I've posted one link and two have come up. What's happened there? It's the bottom one. UFO Insight you need.
Oh, right. It's because no one's talking on the side. Have we lost people on the side? Everyone's too quiet. There's Susan there. I haven't seen Susan. She gonna sleep on us?
Yeah,
Alright, she's up
yeah,
top
yeah.
there, is it? Okay, okay to what?
Yeah.
My eyes are terrible today as well, it's not helping. Both eyes are blurry, so I'm doing the best I can here. I'm doomed.
You're doing a grand job, Paul. You're doing a grand job.
I'm stressed out, man.
The Air France Flight AF 3532 near miss UFO encounter, a case study.
Everything was going fine this morning, then bang. Oh, right, we don't want to get the table of contents here. Just go above it.
Yeah, skip that.
Where is it?
You have looked very briefly the UFO encounter of Air France Flight AF 3532 in January 1994 before. However, the incident deserves a fuller and wider-reaching examination in its own right. Not least as the main witness was an experienced commercial airline pilot, Jean-Charles Duboc. Furthermore, other crew members, as well as a stewardess, would also witness the bizarre event. What's more, some of the details of the incident prompt us to consider certain questions in relation to the true nature of UFO and alien encounters. Are these strange craft really crossing the vast reaches of space from a distant planet to visit us? Or might their origin be much closer to us? Perhaps on the same level of existence, but from a different realm or dimension. As we will discuss a little at the end of our examination of this most intriguing case, the more we learn about UFOs, and the finer details that surround them, the more the connections to other areas of interest become ever more entangled. The account took place at a time when several similar incidents involving commercial airliners were being reported. It was, however, another 3 years before the pilot went public with the sighting. Might these increased UFO sightings around commercial airliners have been simply due to an increase in air traffic combined with an increased willingness on the respective witnesses' part to speak of the incident? Whatever the reasons may prove to be, the following account, and the many others of the same era, suggest that commercial airliners were far from the only thing traversing our skies at the time. As always, it is the same key questions that remain unanswered. Where did these strange crafts come from? Who controls them? And
so
why?
This is not too far away from this island, because France is right next door, isn't it? Where is France? Yeah, it's not too far away. Are you there still, Robert?
Yeah.
Chatting on the side there, are you? Charles is going to bed. Sorry about all the hassles today. We would have gone a lot further than we have so far. But these are pretty good cases we've got here today. Well, this one's quite a long one, actually, isn't it? This last one you got here.
Yeah, it is, and it's not a case that I was particularly familiar with until I looked at it the other day. So I'm new to it, like you, Paul.
I'll select as much as I can. Who's giving us a donation? Susan, is it? $5. Looks like it's slow coming up. Okay, we'll go to the bottom of that video there.
Yeah.
Why is the donation thing not coming up here? Oh, right.
Yeah, it is for me. I can see it.
Oh,
gone to sub.
No, that's Susan donating.
Ah.
The twinkle sound is always cash, you know, a little twinkle sound.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you.
Is the Datsun Alien coming up? Because I've not been seeing it.
Yeah, it came up for me.
Did it? No, I must keep missing it then.
Yeah.
An object unlike anything seen before. After leaving Nice, Air France Flight AF 3532, piloted by Jean-Charles Duboc, was on its way to London on the afternoon of January 28, 1994. At just before 1:15 p.m., after being in the air for around 20 minutes, and at an altitude of just below 12,000 feet, the flight attendant informed the co-pilot, Valerie Chauffeur, of something similar to a weather balloon a short distance away.
Was Ken in the side?
The weather conditions were perfect for flying. And consequently, visibility was equally good. After viewing the strange aerial anomaly for several seconds, the chauffeur would inform Dubach of the strange craft. He too had no trouble seeing the object, and although he would initially log the object as an airplane turning at a 45-degree tilt, he and the rest of the crew knew the object was unlike anything they had seen in their flying careers. The object itself was described as having a variable form and of immense size. Furthermore, it was a dark red color with fuzzy edges. Dubach would estimate the object was at a distance of a little over 25 miles from the left side of their plane. Later analysis and discussion would lead Dubach and investigators to estimate the craft was approximately 1,000 feet across. The object itself remained in sight for around 60 seconds. However, during this time, the bizarre encounter would take another strange twist. A twist that might prove to be one of the, if not the most important detail of the whole encounter. Emerging with the environment. As Dubach and the crew continued to watch the strange object to their left, they noticed how it was seemingly merging with the environment. In short, it appeared it was fading away into nothing. Dubach would further describe the object becoming translucent, transparent, and diluted in space. This is a detail that shows up in many other UFO reports, although one's most often witnessed at night. Does this suggest that the object was not a solid, nuts and bolts craft, and was some kind of mirage or hallucination? Or might it have been utilizing some kind of portal or interdimensional technology? One that took it from our realm of existence into another. Might the technology have even been some kind of cloaking device that rendered the craft quite literally invisible? Following the craft's disappearance, Dubach would radio a report of the incident to the Reims control tower. However, Dubach would have reservations of producing a written report of the incident, such was the incredible nature of it. In fact, he would ultimately refuse to write an official report for fear of ridicule.
Yeah, so interdimensional, that's being blamed for just about everything at the moment. Like, you know, from UFOs to Bigfoot.
Yep.
The extraterrestrial hypothesis seems to have been kind of thrown out the window at this stage. You know, I'm not entirely sure that. Yeah, it could well be that they kind of slipping in and out of dimensions is quite possible. But I also consider that maybe they're already here. You know, how many times have there been sightings of something coming out of the ocean, going into the ocean, out again, in again, blah, blah, blah. And it's a great place to hide. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about what's under our oceans.
Yeah, I kind of feel that one sounds more like a cloaking technology.
Sure.
Rather than portal, because a portal, you normally see some atmospherics happen, don't you? With the portals, like a hole opens up, or some cloud formation happens, or something like that. So
it's some interesting theories been flying around. There was an English guy on Spaced Out Radio the other day, and he says, "Well, they're on the dark side of the moon. They're inside the moon." That's what he was saying. Is the moon's hollow? That's where they're hiding. Well, I don't know. Maybe they are. Because there was one thing that happened when a piece of space junk hit the moon, and it vibrated so many damn times that it was unbelievable, which shouldn't have happened, which kind of suggested that the moon was actually hollow. So that's where that theory comes.
Or it's got pockets of maybe it's got volcanic lava tubes or caverns underneath as well. But there was some theory that aliens have been mining it for centuries or thousands of years, and it's run out of the element that they're after in the moon, and now they're coming to Earth to mine what's on planet Earth as well. Whether that's under the sea or not, I don't know. Who was talking about that? Was it Blackvaults talking about that? About the moon being mined and hollow?
No, I've never heard that on the Black Vault. No.
I heard it yesterday from something. I was listening to something yesterday about the moon. About something being mined from it, and the UFOs are now coming to Earth to mine what's here. They need it or something. Whether it's funny out all the planets in the universe, our moon's got it. Maybe it's rare, whatever it is. But you think if you hollow out the moon, it's going to change the tidal waves on the planet. It's going to change the mass. But it could be that.
No, it's been there a long time, hasn't it? I think everything's settled now.
Maybe it's not exactly hollow, so to speak. Maybe it's got water underneath the surface of the moon. Maybe that's why it causes a sort of ringing that sort of happens. Because, water goes back and forth like waves as well.
Mm-hmm. I didn't think of that. Well done. I didn't think of that.
And that could be why it sort of stretches and squeezes in and out, but like planet Earth does with all the water on the surface. Yeah. Who was also saying about the moon? I think Blackvault has got something out. He put out a new book about the moon. Maybe I'm pretty sure it was Blackvault was talking about the UFOs mining it. I'm pretty sure he brought out something about the moon. Was it on the end of that other documentary, the other video clip that we're looking at?
I don't know. I don't think I've missed an episode since he's been doing it,
There's
so
something I watched yesterday. I could have sworn the Blackvault had a new book out, something about the moon. You sure? Let me just have a look.
He has a new book.
Was it a new book or was it a new documentary?
Yeah, I've got the first one. You can see it from here, but it's just called.
Let me just see.
It's a Black Vault, and it's the Black Vault 2 sequel.
Secrets of the Blackvaults. But it was about the moon. Pretty sure it was out on something yesterday. Was it MUFON talking about it? Secrets of the Blackvaults. Inside the Black Vault. No. That's not what he said it was. New book. New book. I don't know. Army's plan for military base. It's not that.
There's the Black Vault, and then it's the Black Vault 2. They're the only two books. I haven't read the second one, so I can't comment on that.
The government's... Oh, right. It was about the US government were going to blow up the moon. Weren't they going to drop some atom bombs on it or something? Blackvault.
I can't see John Greenwald coming up with a harebrained statement like that, Paul.
I'm pretty sure it was in a video clip. I'm not sure where I saw it blowing up the moon. You come across it in conspiracy files, probably. US government to blow up the moon. Here we go. New York Post. I think it's well worth bringing this up, actually. Now I remember it. Blow up the moon. Not now. June 20th, so it just come out recently. Here we go. Image of the moon being blown up.
Okay.
Hey, let's see. Blow up the moon. Let's just read it out. See what it says. Oh yeah, this Blackvault.
Blow up the moon. It sounds like the grandiose plan of a James Bond villain. Only the idea came, not from a fictional villain, but the government of the United States of America. The secret mission, codenamed Project A119, was conceived at the dawn of the space race by an Air Force division located at New Mexico's Kirtland Air Force Base. A June 1959 report entitled A Study of Lunar Research Flights outlined plans to explode the bomb on the Moon's terminator, the area between the part of the surface that's illuminated by the sun and the part that's dark. The explosion would have likely been visible with the naked eye from the Earth, in part because the military had planned to add sodium to the bomb. When blown up, the sodium would glow. A nuclear bomb on the surface of the Moon was definitely one of the stupider things the government could do, said John Greenewald, Jr., author of the new book Secrets from the Black Vault, the Army's plan for a military base on the Moon and other declassified documents that rewrote history, Roman and Littlefield, out now. Greenewald also runs a website called the Black Vault, an online repository of some 2.1 million pages of formerly secret documents pertaining to UFOs, assassinations, and other phenomena legally obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests. In large image. A model diagram of the Project Horizon outpost on the lunar surface. U.S. Army. The Air Force devised the Moon plot as show a dominance of space by the United States over the Soviet Union, and ultimately, the entire world, the author writes in his book.
Sounds like it would destroy the Earth.
The plan was never carried out, perhaps due to the potential for unparalleled scientific disaster, as one declassified document puts it.
Scientific disaster, right?
Another nutty idea was the Army's scheme to build a military base on the Moon. Hatched in 1959 and codenamed Project Horizon, the aim was to create a permanent colony to house 10 to 20 people by late 1966.
Well, that's not such a bad idea.
To get the equipment there, the projections called for an average of 5.3 Saturn rocket launches per month from August 1964 to November 1966. In the entire history of the American space program, only 19 Saturns were ultimately launched. In large image. Within the report, a lunar suit is designed for use. This was laid out prior to the implementation of the Apollo-era spacesuits, and was likely just an idea, and not a final proposal. U.S. Army. It sounds crazy, but when you get down to it, that's what the military is all about, Greenewald says. They want to figure out how to gain a strategic advantage. In a 1959 memo, Lieutenant Arthur G. Trudeau, Chief of Research and Development for the U.S. Army, demanded that America beat the Soviets to the Moon, and that if a permanent base can be established first by the United States, the prestige and psychological advantage to the nation will be invaluable.
Okay, so that was pretty much it, I think.
Okay, but listen to this now. I don't know what you make of this. Okay, we went to the Moon in 1969. Yeah? So, in 2019, Trump says we're going back to the Moon. And we're going to get there by 2024. Now, what do you find wrong with that?
Probably have to run it past me again. I just can't see what's wrong with it.
Okay. Why is it going to take us 5 years to get to the Moon when we done it in 1969? When we had all the computing power of the pocket calculator. So now it's taken 5 years. So why not just dig out the old plans? Yeah? And let's go tomorrow.
I'm not
So
sure.
why is it going to take 5 years?
Did anyone ask them why it's going to take 5 years?
Yes, they
Money?
did. No,
well, what's the answer?
Because we never went to the Moon in the first place.
Oh no, you're not starting that conspiracy, are you?
No, I'm not. This is what this guy was saying, and I tell you what, he made a tremendous argument that we hadn't been to the Moon. The best I've ever heard yet.
But Chinese have photographed the landing site, and it's definitely they can see the tracks and where people walked.
No, that's not conclusive. He went over that as well. It was interesting, worth listening to. Can't remember his name.
No. That's up there with flat earthers.
But okay. yeah. But my biggest question is about, you know, did we put a man on the moon? Well, just ask the Russians. I think they'd have gleefully blown us out if we hadn't gone, you know. But I tell you what, this guy made a compelling argument. I'll give him that.
Mm-hmm.
If I was in a debate with him, he'd have torn me to pieces. He's done so much research into it, you know. But what he was saying was there was over 500 photos of the lunar landings, and they all came out perfect. Not one was underexposed, not one was overexposed.
I've seen photographs of them, of NASA, and they're all pretty crap.
Yeah, the moon landings themselves, you mean?
Yeah, they're pretty rubbish. You've seen the grainy video footage where they had the camera already outside where they're walking down the ladder. People ask the question, did they go outside first, set up the camera, and then reenact coming out of the spacecraft? Or not? I'm not too sure what the answer was there, whether someone actually said it. I think...
I think it's proof positive we have gone to the moon, but it's a little bit disturbing, really. We got there in 1969 and done it several times after. That it's going to take up to 5 years to get back there again. Do you know?
I think it's not black and white, but there's a grey area. I think what they did is they faked some of the footage just in case it went wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Because look, you're bang in the middle of the Cold War. You can't be seen to fail. I think some of the footage was definitely faked. Yeah, NASA never faked.
Yeah. One day the truth will be known about that. Whether what's his name that did the special effects? What's his name again? What's the guy's name?
Kubrick.
Kubrick. That's the one.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that he did some of that for the government at some stage?
Yeah.
Anyway, what's that movie that I keep talking about where they're searching for Stanley Kubrick and the guy has a shotgun and blows the guy's head off and stuff? That was a hilarious movie. Moon something or other? Yeah, it's meant to be faking the moon landings, and it's actually a UK/Canadian venture movie, and it's hilarious. Moon something or other it's called. Do you remember what it was called now?
No.
You would love it if you haven't seen it. It's definitely one you should dig up and watch.
Oh, you mean Space Odyssey 2001?
No. It's a comedy, and it's got that guy. Let's just do a search on it. Moon conspiracy movie. I'm talking Moon. Kubrick. How do you spell the name? Kubrick.
KUB, as I see.
Movie. Dark Side of the Moon. No. It was called Moon Summit. Moon Landing, maybe. Moonwalkers. This one here. It's you haven't seen this movie. I have to rewatch it again because it's just hilarious. It's got that guy there. What's his name?
Okay, and this is Stanley Kubrick that's done this. Wow. Okay.
No, it's they're trying to hunt him down to create the fake movie, and instead they come across this druggy, spaced out guy who's actually quite good at making fake movies, and he does a good job of it. It's less hilarious. This guy here, what's this guy's name? He's like the CIA agent that goes to try and track him down or something. It's a hilarious movie. You gotta go and watch it if you haven't seen it.
I that face, but I can't put a name to it.
It all goes wrong. They got like a English mafia or whatever they're called. and the guy accidentally shoots the guy's head off. It's hilarious, and then starts a war of these mafia guys, and these it all goes wrong anyway. And so the moon landing actually happens, and they didn't need the fake footage after all. But this is what I'm saying. They wanted to create a backup fake footage just in case it all went wrong, so they could fake it to everybody and the Russians.
Paul, would you stop munching away there?
Oh, sorry. I dare not mute the mic. I put it away from my face. Anyway, we'll carry on, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Ridicule. Perhaps unknown to Dubok at that time, was that the radar of the Center of Air Defense, CODA, had tracked an anomalous object for around 50 seconds in the exact same location as the Flight AF-3532 plane. What's more, records would show that there should have been no other object in the area at the time. We will return to the radar data shortly, as it is within here that another key point resides. One that, while only speculative, might begin to shine a light on this and other cases like it. A 3-year delay in reporting. When Dubok read about a sighting in Paris at the same time as he and his fellow crew members witnessed the strange object from their plane, he would make the decision to come forward and speak publicly of the incident. He would submit a report to the French police, Gendarmerie Nationale, who had a dedicated department to examine and review such UFO incidents. From there, several leading UFO bodies, such as SEPRA, would pick up on the case. And what's more, they would appear to take the testimony of Dubok extremely seriously. There were some intriguing details that surfaced from the encounter and the data available. Perhaps not least the radar tracking data. For example, Dubok would claim the object was a little over 25 miles away from their plane at the time of the sighting. However, radar data showed the distance to be barely a mile. Is this a technical issue on the part of the radar data? It is unlikely. Nor, however, is it unlikely that Dubok is mistaken. Perhaps, then, we are looking, once more, at some kind of technology that distorts radar. While that is only speculation on our part, it is perhaps something to consider. One other point to consider is that the object that Dubok witnessed and the object tracked on radar was, in fact, two different crafts. If this is the case, was the object that Dubok and his crew saw merely a distraction? Remember, it faded away as opposed to physically moving off. If this was the case, then for what purpose might such a distraction have been created? Indeed, that is where we will turn our attention next. A sudden rabbit warren of possibilities. If there were two objects in the skies that afternoon, one which Dubok could see and one that he couldn't, then this opens up several avenues of possibilities. Not least why the intelligence behind such an act, wherever that intelligence resides, would carry out such an exercise. We know, however, that many UFO researchers state that these strange crafts can be visible to one person and invisible to another.
Let me know when you want to pause.
And what's more, it often appears that it is the decision of the mysterious intelligence behind such crafts as to who does and does not see such otherworldly vehicles. This is an interesting observation in itself, as many UFO witnesses, particularly those who have had repeat sightings, often speak of something similar to a telepathic type communication of where to look overhead and when.
Okay. Yeah, so France, between Gaypan and SEPRA, they take UFOs very seriously, and it's kind of a joint funding. It's publicly funded and it's government funded as well. I wish everyone was as open as the French. I think if the Americans would know a hell of a lot more about the subject than what we currently do. You've got to give them credit for that.
Is it the French or Italians that are working with To the Stars at the moment?
I know the Italians apparently, yeah.
You can see that plane there is 2 stories high as well.
There was a case when it was the French Minister for Defence. He was actually on air talking about UFOs, and he thought the stream had ended.
Right.
I
remember hearing about that, yeah.
Yeah, and he let out a whole can of worms. He said if the public knew the real truth, they'd be frightened in their bed. They wouldn't go to sleep. They'd be frightened in their beds.
Is there
And
a news
apparently
clip of that you can play?
Oh, jeez, man! I just brought that up randomly, Paul. But I'll try and look for it. Okay, I'll try and look for it for a future episode because it's definitely out there somewhere. See, he didn't realise the camera was still rolling.
Yeah.
And apparently he got a right bollocking for that as well.
Yeah, I remember that.
But anyway, yeah.
But you had the Russians also come out and talk about UFOs.
Yeah, that was another one that was supposed to be off air, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Probably need to find those two interviews.
I think step by step we're getting a little bit closer to disclosure, you know.
Yep. We just need Donald Trump to leave his mic on when he's talking about it.
Especially when he's talking about Roswell, if he does actually know anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm on the fence on that one. But you see, the fact that Trump has actually spoken out, people aren't going to let that go now. He's going to be pushed for that.
Yeah. Should we carry on? And you can search for those things if you want.
Sure.
When even investigators would suggest at least the possibility that both the object and the radar data were the result of fake electronic readings. One aimed specifically at the radar, and one a visual manifestation for debunked and the crew to see. While such things are perhaps possible to achieve, at least unofficially, who would be behind such an act, and why? If this was the result of alien intelligence, why would they project artificial images and radar readings of themselves? Unless, of course, such incidents are a way of testing our response. Perhaps to see if we might act with hostility or intrigue. Would we be aggressive or welcoming? And, as uncomfortable a question as it might be, depending on our potential extraterrestrial visitor's agenda, what might our response mean to such an intelligence, if anything, somewhere at an unknown date in the future? A need to consider even the outlandish possibilities? There is also the possibility, as suggested by Dubach himself, and as we highlighted above, that the object he and the witnesses could see was very real, and that the object the radar was tracking was the result of the UFO giving a fake data out to the radar in order to disguise its location. This wouldn't be that much of a stretch of the imagination, even for our own modern warfare tactics. Indeed, electronic and electromagnetic warfare are growing businesses. Might this, then, even raise the possibility that the object Dubach and the radar operators witnessed that afternoon were not alien in nature, but very terrestrial and part of a top-secret military experimental vehicle?
Yep.
If this was the case, and we would have to truly ask if the world's governments would indeed endanger hundreds of passengers' lives in such a way, for what purpose would such a move serve? Is this technology, one that would appear to have been purposely made to look like a typical alien craft, being used to set up some twisted and fast-approaching endgame? Are, for example, such seem...
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so just why would they endanger lives like that? It doesn't make sense. There's plenty of clean airspace to go flying around your experimental craft, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, if it was to go wrong and there was a collision and they both came down, then the whole thing's going to be exposed, isn't it? It's going to be one hell of a stink.
Unless it's a hologram.
Oh my God, yeah. You know, there was one incident where there was a near collision. I can't remember now in what airspace it was, and I can't remember when the flight left from or where it was going, to be honest. But the plane had to make a last-second diversion, and of course, if you suddenly turn a plane quickly, you put in tremendous force on the structure of that craft, aren't you? G-forces and mass, everything. You know what I'm talking about. Several of the passengers were injured. There was two elderly people that were seriously injured. because they had to divert because they felt it was going to be a head-on collision. Now it just doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't gel.
Yep. You want to carry on?
Yeah.
Seemingly outlandish, to some, notions as a faked alien invasion in order to usher in a ruling elite of the entire planet not as outlandish as we might think. It is a concept that even many in the UFO and conspiracy communities find hard to lend credence to. And they could well be correct in their assessment. For the sake of covering all bases, however, and certainly so as not to be caught off guard, it is still a possibility we should retain in our minds. The nuclear connection. Another detail of interest is that the area below, where the incident would unfold in Taverny, is home to the Strategic Nuclear Command Center of the French military.
Oh, that's very interesting.
We have noted on several occasions that UFOs, or the intelligence behind them, appear to have a particular interest in nuclear facilities, whether they are power stations, weapons storage areas, or command centers. There are two things to consider here. Was the UFO, or more to the point, the intelligence behind it, at the location because of the nuclear facility? Or were those at the nuclear facility, at least those high-ranking, privy to knowledge of the UFO and those who control it? As has been pointed out previously, if there was an element of deception, and of providing a distraction in the first visual UFO, then the other invisible craft could remain and monitor such facilities with the powers that be completely unaware of the surveillance
Susan
operation.
wants the truth.
Such suggestions are exactly that.
Sounds right, too.
But like the fake alien invasion, it is in our collective interests that we explore them, if only for hypothetical reasons. While the Flight AF 3532 incident remains unexplained, there does appear to have been a very serious effort to investigate the incident on the part of the French authorities. In fact, the visual sighting, multiple witnesses, and the radar confirmation would lead the French government to all but state that something was real about many of the UFO sightings that were being reported. Of course, what that something might remain a mystery. Very particular details of airline pilot sightings.
Yeah, do you want to stop it there, Paul?
Yeah.
I think that's
of course,
more or
we've
less
got that.
The end.
Yeah. We also got that flight 180 that disappeared. You know, there was one of these big jumbo jets as well. There was like conspiracy theories at the time that a mothership may have taken the craft. But we had some debris up on the shore that they reckon is from the plane, so I reckon it maybe something happened to it and it crashed into the sea. But why would it lose radio communication? It must have been something serious if they couldn't communicate when it crashed into the sea.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe they collided with a UFO as well. You just don't know really what's going on in this world. But yeah, I'm sorry. Carry on. You wanted to say something as well.
Oh, right. I'm not sure now, but it just shows you that the French they're taking this thing a whole lot more serious than we are, you know. At least so it seems, because even they're not releasing all their files, you know. I think they're only letting out what the people can handle.
Mm.
If you see what I mean, and they've been doing it for years, and it's only now that in the United States, you know, we're starting to hear, well, the US Navy anyway, at least, because we know that the US Air Force is still denying any involvement with UFOs. And if you look at the service reports, that's spelled CIRBAS, which is an intelligence report, basically, that completely contradicts what the US Air Force is saying officially. But I think, you know, it's like holding back the tide. King Canute tried that once, didn't he? It didn't work. And I think that's what's happening now. You're just holding back the tide. And it's not going to stop for no man. It was kind of funny. You know, after Project Blue Book closed in 1969.
Yeah.
And there was a quiet period then. And, the Air Force were like, whew, whatever they are, they've gone away. We don't have to deal with this anymore. But boom, the aliens weren't listening. In 1973, there was a huge wave again. And the problem, and that's what the UFO thing has always been. It's been the UFO problem, not the UFO enigma. And they're just going to hope it all goes away. Well, it's not going away because they're not listening.
Mm.
They want it to go away. Yeah, sure, man. You've got to laugh, haven't you? You've got to laugh at it.
No, I was laughing at the side chat here. Someone's saying, "There's my sandwich covered my microphone with debris." No, that's perfectly fine. Fingers crossed. It's not the mic that was a problem today. It was switching off my earpieces, so I couldn't hear what was going on. You might have been able to hear what was going on, but I couldn't hear a thing. It just almost like someone switched it off, and I had to unplug and replug it in. Really weird stuff going on today. Yeah, there's a lot of side chat today. It's been very busy on the side. It's been fairly, despite all the problems we've had with the Men in Black, it's been a fairly good show so far. Yeah, let's carry on. Very peculiar details we're on to here.
Yeah, sure. You read that out. I need to go for
Have examined other cases of the close calls with UFOs by airline pilots, many of which took place in the same regions as our encounter here, and within the same time frame. And while we will not go over each case in detail here again, it is interesting to note several similarities in the details of the respective case. For example, many of the reports from the respective control towers, at least publicly, only manage to report a faint return or one that doesn't correspond to the coordinates and details submitted by the pilot. While some have suspected such official radar returns are, in fact, false readings put forward in order to discredit witnesses, although there is no real proof for such assertions, it might be likely, as we have discussed here, that such results are the result of intentional technological manipulation from these strange crafts, perhaps as a defense mechanism in order to not become the victim of missile attack. Many of these sightings, although not all, often occur shortly after the plane has set out on its journey. This, then, might suggest a targeting of certain planes as opposed to random encounters. If this was to be the case, what could the reason be for such intentional aerial liaisons? Might they be concerned with who is on board these respective aircraft, in particular the pilots and crew? Or might such encounters have more to do with who might be monitoring such flights at a higher level? Indeed, like much we have put forward here, such thinking is speculative at best. But speculation in a world where the status quo is so vehemently defended is more than necessary. An underlying agenda? There are, of course, the more obvious and even mundane corroborating details.
All stuffed up.
Such things as the shape of the objects, generally oval, disc, or cigar-shaped, as well as the detail of a bright yellow or white light accompanying the respective objects.
And orange,
not only do these details often show up in sightings involving commercial aircraft, specifically those from the early 1990s onwards, but they often show up in details of UFO sightings from residents on the ground. Whoever, or whatever, might prove to be the controlling force behind these mysterious aircraft would appear to have an interest not only in our own terrestrial aerial vehicles, but in what is taking place on the ground also. These insistent aerial visitors also often get uncomfortably close to the airliners in question during such encounters. Might this suggest a surveying of the aircraft, or of those on board? Or might, remembering the possibilities and reasons we have discussed above, such close proximity encounters all be a part of the deception to distract our authorities to the true intentions of these UFOs? Intentions that we are simply ignorant of. What's more, as is almost always the case in such incidents, the sighting itself was surrounded by other incidents and encounters. Ones that appear random events when viewed by themselves, but due to location and time frame, might just provide connections and patterns that would otherwise remain hidden.
So has there been any abductions on planes? Has anyone claimed they've been abducted on a plane flight? then reappeared in the seat. Do you know of? Can't hear you, Rob. You got your mic. Hello. We haven't lost.
Sorry, mate. I was talking away there and no one was listening because I was muted. Yeah, okay.
I thought you were talking. I could see your lips moving. So, have you heard about any cases of passengers claiming they were been abducted or pilots and then appeared back in the plane?
Okay, appeared right. Okay, there's some interesting stuff. That what of course, Valentich. That plane disappeared about trace along with the pilot. Yes, said Valentich.
Yeah, but we want like a witness, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Paul. But we also have the one that the two jets that was scrambled from Michigan, and those two disappeared over Lake Superior, didn't they? And there was two objects on the radar screen, and they merged together. And as soon as they merged, both disappeared, gone.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking, though.
Yeah, but the Yanks tried to blame it on the Canadians.
Mm.
And the Canadians vehemently denied it had any involvement with them. There was also another incident, Paul. Let me finish with this now.
Yeah, carry on.
And I can't remember what airbase it was now that the plane took off from. And there was distress signal, and it fell out the sky, basically. So anyway, they found the aircraft, and it was in the middle of the woods. In a forest area.
Oh, that's the one I was thinking of.
So it was kind of impossible to land in an area that was impossible to land. And imagine the horror when he actually got into the cabin and nobody was aboard.
It wasn't the flight 180, it was 370. I was thinking of.
The whole crew had disappeared. Now, how much credence you can put in that story, I don't know. But I read that in one of Timothy Good's books, and there was witnesses to it as well.
Bizarre photo captures alleged UFO abduction. So yeah, they're talking about that flight I was talking about that disappeared. The Malaysian flight was 370, not 180.
Right. Okay.
But I was searching for any.
Always been controversial. That no, I've never heard of an abduction event that's happened in the air when they've come back. No, never.
Because that would be like the ultimate abduction case, where you got multiple witnesses seeing someone being abducted, missing time. Yeah, but there was one here. Where was it now? Bizarre photograph. Let's have a look at this one. I know we're getting a bit sidetracked again, but it's quite interesting. We need to find if there's any cases like that out there. You know, the people that would know this would be Kathleen Marden from ERT. That, you know, they question lots of people. You know, it's not the sort of thing a person on a plane would come out and say, yeah, I was abducted by aliens during the flight. It's going to be very rare of anything, I think.
Paul, I've never come across any such scenario like that in cars. Yes, all the time.
That one we debunked. That was stupid. That was a Google Earth picture from Scott Warren. Yeah, I just can't. I did a search here. Passenger of plane says was abducted by aliens, and.
I really wish you would not use Google as a search engine. It's hopeless, Paul.
Not really.
It's totally hopeless. It's blagging you. Use DuckDuckGo. My God, I've been telling you that now for about 4 years. You won't listen to me.
But they crawl Google as well.
You'll get much better results. Yeah, but what Google are doing, they're hiding irrelevant information. They're making it so far down the list that you're going to get bored looking for it.
Passengers haunted by UFO sighting. That's the New Zealand one again.
but that's not an abduction.
Let's see, what's that one saying there? 1 in 10 Americans think aliens abducted missing Malaysian flight. That's all that's coming up is all about the Malaysian flight. You think there'd be one case out there where an abduction happened on a plane?
Well, there's been plenty of people that never come back.
Well, you're saying passengers see UFOs, but no one's claimed to have been abducted by aliens or UFO. Cold case, is that the Australian one? Yeah, it is, yeah. There's just nothing coming up. Maybe it's something we're going to have to research more on, maybe. What's this one? Happened to the plane. We were abducted by aliens. Okay, let's have a look at that one. And there we go, back to the story again. What happened to the plane? What's this? On manifest. 3 possible theories. What's that mean? Looks like it's talking about a movie. Another Wilson document. No, nothing's popping up here. But if anyone finds it, let us know. There's got to be one case out there, I would have thought.
Hidden. An increase in UFO sightings over France and other parts of Europe? What we might also wish to take note of is that during the weeks and months leading up to the Flight AF-3532 incident, UFO sightings over France, and albeit to a lesser degree other parts of Europe, were seemingly experiencing a brief increase in activity. And while the space and time here will not do such other sightings true justice, indeed a worldwide, multi-researcher collaboration is realistically the only way to achieve such an exhaustive collection, we should examine at least some of them. As far back as September 1993, in Ile-de-Groix in France, a glowing object was reported hovering over a field. Even strange, in this particular instance, witnesses also reported seeing several shadowy figures moving around on the ground. Another incident on the December 5th,
We haven't done
this time in Arras,
FFMI
Pas-de-Calais,
today.
several white ovoid UFOs were witnessed over a highway in the region. What's more, several strange orb-like satellites appeared to orbit each object. Whether connected or not, exactly a week later, several similar objects were seen, also hovering over a road in Lincolnshire in England. Before we examine some of the more intriguing incidents from France in the immediate run-up to the Flight AF-3532 incidents in early January 1994, though, it is also worth drawing out attention to an encounter over Russian airspace only 24 hours before the Flight AF-3532 incident, when a luminous UFO would approach and fly erratically alongside a B-747 airliner for several minutes. Bizarre cone-shaped incident, January 4, 1994.
Not the cone.
An intriguing incident can be found in the files of Gaipan, the official UFO department of the French government, that took place in Fleury-sur-Anelle. At just before midnight on January 4, 1994, a local resident was watching television at home. He could, however, see clearly out of his window and noticed a strange orange light seemingly heading towards his property in a to and fro motion. This description of how the craft moved, incidentally, is a detail that shows up in many other UFO encounters.
Indeed.
As he moved to the window to see the object fully, he noticed it was a cone-shaped craft that appeared to be turning on its own axis as it approached.
Weird.
He would notice that several different colors appeared to emanate from the object. Then it suddenly shot off back into the distance before returning once more to right outside his property. It was around this time that the witness began to feel a sense of fear run through him, as well as the feeling that whoever, or whatever, was inside the craft, they were watching him. This made his retreat a little way back into the darkness of his room. After several minutes, the witness would hear movement outside his property, as well as noticing several flashes. Even more bizarre, at the same time, he noticed a strange contraction feeling in his legs and back. The next thing he knew, the craft was gone. He was, however, extremely disturbed by the incident. Perhaps even more chilling is the previous evening in Equus, an almost identical object was witnessed. And what's more, it behaved in the exact same manner, approaching a house from a distance before hovering outside for some time. The humanoid encounter in Trindade en Barrios, January 4, 1994. On the same evening in Trindade en Barrios, an entire family, who were just about to go to bed for the night, would witness a bright light hovering over the road which cut through the two fields which ran along each side of it. As the four witnesses continued to watch, they noticed the lights decreasing in brightness. So much so that they could soon see a bowl-shaped object with a transparent dome. A little more unnerving, though, were the three human-shaped figures they could see inside the dome. They each had on a shiny uniform, and at least one of them appeared to have a head much too large for its body. The family would alert their neighbors, who would also watch events unfold with fascination. Even more so when a door at the side of the strange object opened, and one of the humanoid figures stepped out momentarily. He would appear to be examining the ground, which he did with a torch-like device for several moments. He would then return inside the object, which subsequently took off into the night sky. Following this close encounter, several other residents of the area would report a glowing red object overhead. Bizarre luminous objects sighted over Newsonville, January 9, 1994. According to another Gaipan report, at around 7:30 p.m. on January 9, 1994, only 5 days after the cone-shaped incident, in the Nizonville region of France, two witnesses, a young woman and her friend, would witness and report a luminous rectangular object in the skies overhead. So enthralled with the bizarre object were the witnesses, they would stop their vehicle in order to view it clearer. They could see that white and red lights appeared to surround the edge of the craft, but it would suddenly become lost in the clouds. They would quickly get back in their car and continue on the road, all the while looking for the strange object to appear once more.
Very strange.
When it did, the pair once more brought the car to a stop and stepped outside in order to watch. However, this time, instead of a glowing rectangular object, she could see an oval-shaped craft, once more with an outer edge of red and white lights. Whether this is the same object or a second craft is uncertain. There are, though, many cases on record of objects changing shape, sometimes right in front of the witness's eyes.
So it changed from a rectangle to a oval, was it? Oval shaped.
It's funny, you know, Colin Saunders, who was an English witness to a triangular UFO, and you know, this just doesn't make any sense at all. He said,
No.
excuse me, the point of the object was maybe 20 feet off the ground, and it was just turning on its axis. It just doesn't sound anything like man-made at all. It doesn't make sense. There was no sound coming from there. There was no visible sign of propulsion. There was nothing.
Then you got Finn's sighting in UK.
And you got Finn's, yeah, which was similar to Colin's, yes.
Where it was balls of spheres that turned into triangles or something, wasn't it? He wasn't sure if it was coming out of portals or they just formed from orbs into triangle shapes.
But there's nothing in this guy's statement that kind of tells you this could be something Black Project or man-made, and it's just spooky.
Well, why would it start off as a rectangle, which is a square or
but if you look at the history of UFO cases, Paul, you'll often find that the witness describes the object as changing shape.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a hologram, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but hold on a minute. What you doing? Like with Colin's site, what you doing projecting a hologram to one person in the middle of a remote area? I mean, why? Why are you going to do that?
It's a bit like those sightings with the Navy sightings with the cube inside a sphere.
Yeah, you need something to bounce a projection off, don't you? a hologram. You need something.
It almost
I mean,
sounds
you
like a
can't-
doorway opening up in the sky, a rectangle, and then out pops another craft. But you're talking about it morphing into one craft into another. That's kind of weird. I just don't know how to explain that. You're talking about clever materials that can change shape, right? But why would it start off as a rectangle and then turn into a sphere? I don't see any practical reason why it would do that. Maybe going the other way from a circle into a sphere into a rectangle or square or something would make more sense. Like it's sort of warping, coming out of a warped space and then forming the correct shape. It's kind of strange.
Stop thinking like a human then.
Yeah, I don't know about these ones though. Could they just seen it wrong, maybe? I don't know what people on the side reckon. What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's actually changing shape, or do you think it's actually a complete shape and then it's breaking up into some other shape, so you're not seeing the rest of it disappear or something?
Yeah. I think that. I think you just hit the nail on the head there, Paul, at the end of what you said.
Yeah. It may be that the sphere popped out of the rectangle and the rest of it faded away. And it looked like it was changing shape. That makes more sense to me.
Could it be a cloaking device that's malfunctioning?
Possible, but I don't think it's changing shape exactly.
This is pure speculation, by the way. Pure speculation, but just want to say that's all it is.
Well, you actually hear of these UFOs coming out of motherships, so why wouldn't it open up and then out popped a sphere, right, or oval shape, and then it closed up and the other ship cloaked and it looked like it formed one into the other? That makes more sense to me. But anyway, see what the people on the side think. Wernwood.
I think I went slightly off subject, Paul. Sorry about that.
All right. Yeah, we'll just carry on with this one.
Yes, Spock Rising just said a good thing there. Yeah. Cloak maybe some subspace distortion. Absolutely. Why the hell not? Good comment.
Pair would watch the craft until it too disappeared. They would further notice how silent it was. They would report the incident. However, no explanation was ever provided to the pair, and the incident remained unresolved. Sightings continue well into 1994. There were several similar sightings around Europe over the following weeks, with reports of cigar or oblong-shaped aerial objects coming from Sweden, Italy, and England between mid to late February. What's more, on the March 6th, once more in France, came another sighting, this time of a cylinder-shaped craft in the Ardennes. And we should also perhaps bear in mind, once more just from a speculative point of view, there could well be other sightings from airline pilots and witnesses on the ground alike from the same period in time that have simply gone unreported. After all, Duboc himself refused to submit a written report of the incident for fear of ridicule, and would wait 3 years before making his report. Might other airline pilots have had similar feelings and still retain such sightings in their own private memories? And what's more, well, we won't examine then here. Given that these objects can move at a blistering pace, we should perhaps include sightings from across the globe within the same time period when looking for connections, as opposed to limiting ourselves to one specific location.
Yep.
However, it was an incident that took place over a decade later in 2007, near the Channel Islands, only a relative stone's throw away from France, that would draw comparisons to the incident and consequently thrust it back into the UFO spotlight once again. Not least as, aside from the location, The details of the encounter are extremely similar to those of the Flight AF-3532 case. Connections to the Alderney incident of 2007? The incident of April 23, 2007 is another we have touched in passing before, but given the extremely similar details of the incident to the Flight AF-3532 case, it would be bordering on irresponsible to not include a more in-depth examination here. Not least as it would suggest the same intelligence is likely behind the two incidents. Incidents, remember, that are 13 years apart. What is perhaps also interesting to note is that in the weeks leading up to the incident with the small aircraft near Alderney were reports and sightings of strange lights in the same region. On the afternoon in question, at around 2 p.m., much like Flight AF-3532 in perfect flying weather conditions, a small civilian airliner for...
Okay, so we've heard all that already.
Yeah, the Ardennes, by the way, is that forested region between Germany and France, isn't it? That's where they set up the Maginot Line and the Siegfried Line, which the Germans managed to bypass during the Second World War, which is why France fell so quickly. So just to give you the location on that, that's all.
Also, with the rectangle UFOs or the square UFOs, we've often heard about Tesla making reference that he was going to build these sky platforms that look like elevators, which were anti-gravity. Not too sure if he told that to his cousin or something like that, or nephew, or whether he's storytelling or not, but he was talking about anti-gravity platforms, which kind of makes sense. Why there may be some square objects that might be part of Tesla's research that someone carried on researching, that they got hold of his notebooks. Who knows? But yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be aliens, and this is the whole problem. You know, is it aliens or is it us and some secret research going on?
Yeah, sure. Now, but Spock is asking there. Is there several accounts of rectangles to circles? I think he means. Well, I can say this much. If you look at David Marler's work, he got a book called Triangular UFOs, and often these triangles were accompanied by rectangular craft. Now, why that is and what the hell's going on, I just don't know. But he comes up with case after case when this is happening. But I've never known an account of the rectangular UFO accompanying with a typical disc-shaped, circular-shaped UFO. No, but I'm sure there probably has been. It's just that I can't recall one case off the top of my head at the moment. No,
there is something I come across when I was searching stealth blimps.
Yeah,
they did.
I think so as well. I just can't. I just can't pin one case down.
The stealth blimps were meant to be like multi-stories high, up to 5 to 10 stories high, and some of them were shaped like rectangles. Floating rectangle buildings, which kind of makes sense because helium you can sort of do that, right? And of course, out of those rectangles, they dropped off other craft. You know, it could be planes, it could be triangle craft, which are also a few stories big, like a big mothership in the sky. So you don't know if it's some sort of crazy black ops experiment where they also can travel thousands of miles per hour. So again, we're still stuck in that thing. Is it aliens or is it some exotic black ops thing, or some other countries experimenting with? Maybe Trump does know. Who knows? We'll find out maybe someday, hopefully before we die, because it's a really annoying not knowing, isn't it? So it's just all this information that we could know about whether we're alone in the universe. If someone out there really has proof of it all, and we should really know. It shouldn't be hidden from us anymore.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, Paul, Philip Class. Oh my God, I despise that man. I honestly do. What he done to people was absolutely despicable. But he said one thing, and you know what? He said this on his deathbed, Paul, and this was a slip on his behalf in a way. He said, "All UFO people will go to their death knowing little more than they had to begin with." And you know what? I hate to say it, yeah, but the bastard got that one right. I'm afraid to say, yeah. And hey, but listen, it doesn't stop us from trying, does it? You know, if we keep trying, if we keep, punching away at that wall, eventually it's going to fall, and maybe one day we'll we'll kind of have an idea of what's going on. I think we all already have some inclinations towards the behavior and what have you, engine interference and this morphing business and the way they seem to be slipping in and out of, maybe, can I use the word dimensions? Maybe, I don't know. But there's more I don't knows than I do know. There's some things with
here's a drawing. I'm not too sure where it's from, but it's in a 1950s book of maybe a patent of a stealth blimp, which you can see is like several stories big, and it has that triangle shape. Yeah. But yeah, there are some rectangle ones too I have come across in previous research. You can see here there could be any shape, any size really. You can see that the old Zeppelins that we used to have in the sky were quite massive. I wish they'd bring them back actually. I reckon we should have airships going continent to continent, and you could just it's like doing a cruise, right? But you're above the clouds and.
Oh, but they're kind of medieval now, aren't they, Paul? And they're a bit volatile as well. Do you know what I mean? Remember the Hindenburg?
Only if they get the whole. Yeah, that was using hydrogen though. That was a mistake the Germans made.
Yeah. Sure.
I think we got pretty much to the end of that.
Anything like an airship, it's never going to take off at a hypersonic speed, is it? It's never going to do it.
Well, we did search you last time.
Yeah, but you're gonna by doing a right angle turn at several thousand miles an hour, you're just gonna destroy the integrity of the craft.
Unless they can create like a vortex in front of it where it actually hasn't got the air compression on it. So it's moving so fast that it's not actually falling. But it's actually being sucked by the vortex that they're creating in front of it. But like Victor Schroesberger that we're talking about in the episode that I posted, that I made. I posted in a couple of live streams back. But yeah, look at this one here. That looks like a fancy little airship. And of course, if it's like a big ship like that, there's no reason... where would they hide them, right? So let's say they're not actually using helium, but they're actually using some anti-gravity technology, right? They could easily hide those in the sea. It makes perfect sense to actually put this black ops technology in the sea. The only time they reveal these secret aircraft that they're working on is when the Russians already know about it, and then they just release it to the public, like the B-2. And the Russians must have known about it, the Chinese must have known about it, and so the Americans decided to make it public knowledge. I think that's the only time. But they got these radar blimps that they patrol the border with on Mexican border now, radar blimps with cameras on it like this here. They're quite big.
See, Spock was saying here now, hold on, Zero mass is a plausible theory for propulsion. There's some papers written on the zero hypothesis. Sure. Now, it's interesting to listen to Eric Davis on this. He was actually talking about this in Warp Drive. And there has been papers written on it, and it seems OSAP we're looking at that kind of thing as well. But what Davis was saying is that there's a missing part of the puzzle, and even on paper they couldn't get it right. No. And even if they had got it right on paper, they didn't have the actual tools to build what was required to actually. So basically, what Davis was saying, we're miles off. We're nowhere near. We're nowhere near any kind of warp drive.
I think it's because our science is wrong. It's gone wrong because we sort of accepted that Einstein must be right with space-time. I think that's where it's all gone wrong, to tell the truth. My gut feeling is...
Yeah, but do you honestly think you've got to be a little bit stupid to believe that in the 25th century, when me and you will be long gone, science is going to be the same, physics is going to be the same in the 25th century. Well, no, it's not going to be. In the 32nd century, it's going to be different again. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, it wasn't that long before people, when people were believing the world was flat.
I don't think people would be dying from heart failure because they'll just grow a new heart and just swap out the old one with a new one. That sort of stuff, kidneys and all that would be, they'll be looking back in time and thinking how medieval medicine was, there would be a cure for diabetes and
oh my God,
all that sort of stuff.
Hopefully they'll be playing clips of Seth Shostak and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Philip Glass and all the other dickheads out there,
Yeah. Anyway, we got to the end of that thing. I think there's only the same one that we were talking about before. Yep. Apart from this bit here, maybe. Let's see. Intelligence behind. No, it's still talking about the same thing, isn't it? Evidence of explanation. Okay, let's start it from there, I guess.
Yeah, we go.
At the end, yeah. Oh, that's not the guy, is it? No. Who's that guy?
Not so sure.
Well, maybe you can play the
Evidence
video.
of an explanation more complex than we might wish? Whether there is a connection to the sighting of Captain Duboc and the other UFO sightings around France at roughly the same time remains open to debate. Perhaps it is also worth noting that this, and many other incidents involving commercial airliners over Europe, took place in the years immediately following the much-publicized Belgian wave. Were there more attentive eyes on the skies during this period because of such publicity? Might the publicity of the Belgian wave, if we subscribe to the psychic internet theory, suggest such sightings are the result of bizarre individual and group mental projections? We might remember how Duboc recalled the object faded away and blended within its environment. Did it become invisible or disappear? And what should we make of the second object that seemingly appeared, but was only visible to certain witnesses? Is this, in a similar way to the ideas expressed above, another type of holographic projection? It is quite possible to argue that there is one overriding truth that becomes apparent to anyone who spends a prolonged amount of time researching UFO encounters. That the more you learn, the realization really is that you know less and less concerning the true nature of such bizarre and mysterious encounters. And what's more, the idea that such incidents can be explained as an alien visitation from another planet might just be a little too simplistic. For it appears the connections between UFO sightings and the strangest of paranormal phenomena run in multiple directions at once. Check out the short video below. It features Dubach speaking for several minutes on the
Oh, that's
incident
Dubach,
over
is it?
France in January 1994. It certainly makes for interesting viewing.
Okay, we might better play that one. It's Exopolitics Press Club. Hopefully.
Hold on,
anyway.
stop it there, Paul. Just stop for a minute there. InFocusUFOs. Is it just me or are these two guys talking seem to be well educated in regards to the UFO topic?
I don't think
Seems
anyone's got
not-
all the answers, but we certainly
not be well
educated.
in regards to UFO. No, listen, mate. In UFO Focus, if you want to speak your mind, come and join us. You know, if you have all the answers, pal, come on, bring it on.
We
You
don't have
come
the
on,
answers. This is why we do this. So we're looking for
don't have
truth and answers. But we also question in our science. You got to question everything. That's like my tagline's been for the last 3.5 years. Question everything. And I think
No
Tyler
one
even
got the
used it for his T-shirt.
If you've got them, if you've got the answers, please enlighten us. Go ahead. Come and join us.
I don't think quantum mechanics has the answers. I think they've sort of got hoodwinked by their own willingness to believe everything,
That's all difficult stuff, isn't it, quantum? So,
it's like when you do an experiment, you get a result, and then you sort of create a mathematical formula to predict that result each time. And you think that equation's right, but then you go to another planet and you find it doesn't work anymore, and the physics is slightly different. It's a bit like our modern science, I think. Maybe we can't discover how to travel vast distances until we're off planet in space, so where science experiments behave differently outside Earth's gravity. And all that sort of
with our
business.
present understanding of space travel, there's massive issues with space travel, isn't there?
I think the first thing that we got to do is get out into space, and then maybe get scientists out there doing experiments, and then I think then it's all going to sort of speed up once we get out in space and exploring the moon. Whether it's hollow, we can prove that, and all that sort of business, and it's just going to rapidly increase. So we need more people to be scientists, really, and eager to get into space. So the next generation M, I think they're probably going to miss the boat, but maybe the generation Zs might be the ones to do that. But I keep looking at the education and the critical mind thinking is not there in our current generation M and generation Z. I think our planet's doomed pretty much,
Oh, well, maybe by then we'll have escaped this planet, Maybe we go into another one then.
I see this is in German, so we probably won't be able to understand it, will we? Let's just queue it up and have a look. Let's see what it's about. And InFocusUFOs, wasn't it on the blacklist of UFO theatre as well? It kind of rings a bell that they had a lot of dodgy stuff up on their channel. So yeah, to come here and attack us, you got to clean your own garbage out first.
Yeah, do your recycling, lad.
And get past that stupid music.
France captain. During Air France flight 3532 from Nice to London on 28 January 1994, I observed with my crew a UFO in broad daylight near Paris. We had few passengers on board, and none of them had reported that observation to the crew. The time was 1 p.m. and the visibility was excellent, with some altocumulus clouds. That object had been identified initially by a steward who was in the cockpit and by the co-pilot as a weather balloon. But when I identified it, it looked quite different. In fact, this UFO was in evolution, and it looked like this, with a bank angle of 45 degrees. It seemed to be a huge flying disc. It stabilized and stopped moving. We observed it over 1 minute on the left of our plane, surprisingly totally stationary in the sky, and it disappeared progressively. This large object was below us at the altitude of 35,000 feet. We were at 39,000 feet, at a distance of about 25 nautical miles. The color was red-brown with blurred outlines. The apparent diameter of this object could be compared to the diameter of the moon or the sun. That means that it was about 1,000 feet wide. We had no idea of the structure of the UFO that seemed to be embedded in a kind of magnetic or gravitational field with no lights or visual metallic structure, which gave it a really fuzzy appearance. The most incredible aspect is that it became transparent and disappeared in about 10 to 20 seconds. My co-pilot, Chief Steward, and I quickly realized that what we were seeing didn't resemble anything known to us, and we reported our sighting to RANS traffic control. Simultaneously, the radar of the Operational Center of the Air Defense, the CODA, registered a 1-minute spot crossing the track of our plane. When I recorded the estimated position of the UFO on an aeronautical map, I was surprised to realize that its position was near the base of Taverny, which hosts the headquarters of the French Strategic Air Command. This sighting has been studied by the French Military Committee Group under the direction of General Donizetti and with the participation of several high-ranking officers of the French defense, as well as by JEPAN under the French National Space Center, CNES. The investigations determined.
Oh yeah, so his body language to me suggested that he was telling the truth there. Very interesting. But yeah, that's the end of it all. You're very quiet there. Have we lost you again, Robert?
No, I'm here. This in focus. So, why are you guys always focused in so-called fake UFOs? That's not what I do. In focus, it's not what I do. I do genuine cases, and we've brought up several genuine, what I believe to be genuine UFO cases today. Okay, so you obviously weren't listening. You've obviously just come on here just to bash us. Now that's okay, but unless you're willing to listen to the whole thing, yeah, please just do one.
I know he's got a blacklist and focus UFOs, so I'm not too sure. Let's have a look. Have I spelled it right? And focus. Three times. Now what's this here? UFO blacklist. A spin-off for the worst of the world. Let's have a look. I haven't come across that one before. UFO blacklist. It does look like it's part of called Constantine's blacklist. So what's it saying? Apex TV. Is it listed here at all? Here we go. InFocusUFOs, a spin-off from the worst of the worst. Third phase of the Moon channel. This series of videos seeks to develop a character out of the frequent contributor of computer-generated UFO videos. Oh no, he's a Section 51 guy. Ed vaguely describes his supposedly personal experience with extraterrestrials, speaking only in generalities and given no content or details, much like his Hoax UFO videos, and all set to spacey music with plenty of B-roll. The whole channel is one after another masturbatory mode, devoid of any information, insight, or anything real. So that's what UFO Interest said, and that's probably going back a few years now. 2017. So there you go. You just do a background search of people's stuff here.
Yeah, I don't know what he said there. Let's have a look at.
Oh, is he gone? I was going to click on his name to bring up his channel.
Phil, you don't know how to read. I fucking read that, didn't I?
I do pretty good with my eyes, as they are at the moment anyway. YouTube. He's just another hoaxer, right, trying to make money, probably.
Yeah. Well, he obviously hasn't listened to the show. I mean, he's trying to tell me, but I don't believe in UFOs. I mean, I'm long past that point where, you know, I was on the fence. You know, I'm absolutely convinced. I don't know what they are, where they come from, what they want, or anything else.
Oh no, that's the guy, Mr. Ed from Third Phase of the Moon. Mr. Ed, you know Mr. Ed? Well, that's the guy that does all those blurry videos, right?
Suzanne's eliminated the problem.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve to be on our channel. Look, obviously no, CGI fakes, look. The best footage, is it? So let's have a look at that one. Let's have a laugh where he sort of trolled us. Yeah, he probably just wants the advertising anyway. Mr. Ed. Everybody knows Mr. Ed. Oh, right, look. That's a toy! It's like the Model 1 building that actually hovers above magnets.
What?
So, yeah, this is his channel, mate.
Oh, my God.
CGI models. And it's going out of, you know, artificial blur. These people that come on and attack us, they're just a joke.
I honestly can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's a floating tank with 4 guns on it. Have more videos. No thanks. InFocusUFOs, Mr. Ed. Unless he's not that guy. Did he have that icon? Did he have that strange icon on it? I don't know.
Well,
where is he? I suppose he's gone now.
I don't know. It's a kind of a match because whoever that was had learning difficulties anyway.
Yeah, so it's like Section 51 nonsense. But yeah, this guy was on Third Phase, right? Blurry. Here we go. The typical Third Phase one here. Look at the artificial blinking lights. This guy. If anyone takes this, if anyone takes his channel seriously, they need to have their head examined. Extraordinary UFO Archive, #1 UFO source, Ed UFO Encounters 2015. Here we go. This is from third phase for sure. Have often been abducted. Look at it, out of focus, CGI nonsense. Oh, come on. They call me Ed, Mr. Ed. That was a good TV short show with the horse, though. We often thought maybe this Mr. Ed could have been the same Ed Walters from Gulf Breeze. There was some stuff about that too. I assume that's the same guy. Was it the same guy with the same icon?
That's him.
Did it have Ed in the circle on his name when he was there?
No, I didn't notice that.
Oh, here we go. Is that Mr. Ed? Yeah, it's the same icon. That's him.
Yeah.
Mr. Ed, you're a joke.
Good job, man. Go.
You're the type of people that we want to get out of UFO fields because they're making such a mockery of it. But anyway, we don't want to give them any more publicity.
See, this gives debunkers ammunition to fire at UFO people then, when you've got arseholes out there like him putting out bullshit like this. It's no good. It's no good for the field, is it?
Oh, I remember this one for third phase. Remember that one? This ship that's shaped like a shrimp. Yeah, I think I debunked all these ones. Yeah, that's why he's on UFO Theatre's blacklist. Go and check it out. It's a big list. Anyway, there you go. Look, looks like a shrimp with the tail going around. He obviously lives in Australia because that's I ate some of those the other day. They look just like that. You can get clear looking ones, you know. You can see it's like a shrimp. It's probably had a few things clipped off it, like the feet and the antennas. But yeah, you can see like the eye there. Definitely a shrimp. So aliens fly around in shrimp airships or UFOs. Anyway, we better wrap up for today, huh? You got anything else? We didn't do it. Hang on. We didn't do a FFMI. So the first one with the... Oh, is it coming up? The first one with the Alaska Japanese flights. 1 to 5 on that one.
No, the Farmer's Factometer Index. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, on the first one. Do you know what? I'm going to go... I'm going to go 4 sheep and 5 chickens. Yeah.
Why won't you go with 5 sheep and a ram?
Well, I can't go over 5 sheep because then I've spoilt the meter then.
No, but you can go 5 sheep and a ram. A home run.
Yeah.
I think it's the best. To me, that's the best case. So I'll give it a 5 sheep and a ram, and the McWest gets put into the water there because there's radar data, there's multiple witnesses, and there's the most credible case I've seen anyway. Even though we haven't actually got any video.
No, the Raymond Bowyer case, that's up there as well. And that's getting at least 4 sheep. And throwing a couple of chickens on that one.
Which one was that one again? 1,000.
That was the one over Channel Islands, Alderney.
Yeah. Although there was some suggestion that he wasn't sure on the size, so I'd have to give it a 4 on that one because he wasn't too sure on the facts.
Well,
But there was multiple witnesses, so it's up there anyway. Was there radar data? Was there any radar data on that one?
There was, but it was a little bit sketchy. The radar data now.
Yeah, that was the radar reflection business, wasn't it?
Yeah, with David. Well, that was David Clark's suggestion. Yes, that it was.
And this last one with the guy Dubuck, what was his name? Was given the interview. He's again, it sounds almost credible like the Japanese one, but it's not quite that good, I don't think. So again, that would be a 4 for me.
Yeah, it's a 4 for me as well. I'll give that.
How about the side people? What's your FNIs? What's Susan reckon?
Well, Susan is only giving the whoa, is that the first pilot starvey she's talking about?
Alaska.
Japanese pilot starving sheeps. Ooh, disappointed in you, Sue. You're becoming quite a skeptic.
She's only giving it 3. God,
yeah,
that's pretty bad.
What have you done to her?
I don't know.
It's your fault.
We're broken
turning everyone into skeptic. You watch next week should be Philip class.
No, it can't be 3 sheeps. No way.
No
the Japanese
way.
one, radar data. They try to cover it up. Multiple witnesses.
Whoa! She's only giving the boy a starving 2 sheeps.
I think she's having us on.
I reckon she's winding me up.
Or she's been replaced with a duplicate Susan.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah.
Do you want to have a quick look? Yeah. I mean, a quick look now. You know, you must be knackered and what have you, but the Trindade Island photographs. Do you want to have a quick look?
Yeah, can. Have you got a link?
Yeah, sure.
Or do you want me to look it up?
No. I've got it.
Why is that not minimizing? CPU maxing out.
Yeah, you've got the animation spinning, that's why. Should calm down after the.
Yeah.
Suzanne being sheepish. That's funny.
She's a Texan sheep. Did they have sheep in Texas? Anyway,
no, sheep get everywhere, you know.
They have long haul cattle and buffalo mostly in it, and snakes. Maybe she's reptilian. She's got lots of dogs in the house, though. Trindade Island photographs. Is this the one that could possibly be a bird? The image there.
A bird?
That's been mucked around with.
Yeah, it could be wingspan. Yeah, but I don't think so. I think they were either hoaxed or not, you know.
You see here, you got bits sticking out. Was that a digital photograph or just a normal photograph? It's hard to know. 57
He was
photograph?
a journalist on board the vessel. I think you'd have to read the stuff out, you know.
Yeah, okay, we've got to read it out.
Just pop to the toilet, Paul.
Not toilet going. I'm the one that should be going to toilet by now. It's not fair. Where's my toilet break? Damn it. Oh, that'll do.
The Trindade Island photographs. Trindade is a small, deserted, rocky island located in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean, between the Brazilian coast and the African continent, more than 600 miles off the coast of Bahia. During World War II, it was used as a military base for United States and Brazilian warships engaging German U-boats. It was abandoned after the end of the war, remaining completely deserted and forgotten until 1957. In October of that year, a task force from the Brazilian Navy arrived there, under the command of Captain of Corvette Carlos Alberto Bacelar. The Hydrography and Navigation Division of the Ministry of the Navy had decided to build an oceanographic post and a meteorological station on the island for research connected with the International Geophysical Year, IGY. In early January 1958, the ship Almirante Saldanha left Rio de Janeiro's harbor and proceeded toward the island of Trindade with a crew of 300. The ship had previously been a Brazilian Navy training vessel, but it had been converted into a hydrographic unit to be used for IGY-related research. It was operated by the Hydrography and Navigation Division, and, since October 1957, it had made several trips to Trindade, most of them connected with the Navy's oceanographic studies for the IGY. Several civilians were aboard the ship this time, officially invited to collaborate in the scientific studies, which were underway at the island. One of these men was Almiro Barrrr, a photographer and former newspaperman working as a freelancer. He was also an expert in submarine photography. After a routine trip, the ship arrived at the island and stayed there for several days. It was scheduled to leave for Rio on January 16th. On that day, at 12:15 p.m., when the ship was preparing to depart, a strange object was sighted simultaneously by a number of observers gathered on deck. The UFO came toward the island at high speed, hovered briefly over a peak, disappeared behind it for a short time, and appeared again to move away toward the sea. Mr. Barrrr was taking pictures of the ship's maneuvers at that moment. He spotted the UFO and got 4 pictures of it. Barrrr was later interviewed by reporter João Martins, and his statements were published in the Brazilian magazine Zero Cruzeiro in the March 8, 1958 issue. Here is a translation of that interview. Q. Mr. Barrrr, what were the reasons for your presence aboard the Northeast Almirante Saldanha? A. The Navy had invited several teams specialized in submarine hunting to visit the island of Trindade. I am a member of the Icari Club for submarine hunting, and our group was invited for the last trip. So on January 8th, when the ship left Rio, I was aboard together with the following members of my group. Amílcar Yaira Filho, captain of our team, a government employee. He has a job at the CASEX. José Teobaldo Vigas, instructor at the Aero Club of Niterói and Air Force captain, retired, Mauro Andrade, from the London Bank, and Aloisio, municipal employee at the Federal District. We were going to try to beat some records on submarine hunting. Personally, I was going to take underwater photographs for the Navy and, also, to write some articles about the island and the activities of the scientists working for the IGY. Q. Were any other civilians aboard, besides your group? A. Yes. There was Professor Fernando, a geologist, with 2 assistants, and also a photographer, and a reporter from the newspaper Jornal do Brasil. The 3 scientists left the ship, and went to the island. Q. Please tell me what was the date of the sighting? What happened? A. It was on January 16th, at 12:15 p.m. The ship was preparing to leave the island, to come back to Rio. I was on the deck observing the operations to take aboard the boat used in the trips between the ship and the island. The island has no harbor.
What are you doing, Robert?
The sea was agitated. The weather was cloudy, clear, with no shadows. I had my Rolleiflex 2.8, Model E, which was kept inside an aluminum box for protection against the corrosive effects of water and salt. I had left my Leica with a telephoto lens in my cabin a few moments before. The deck was full of sailors and officers. Suddenly, Mr. Amílcar Vieira and Captain Vigas called me, pointing to a certain spot in the sky and yelling about a bright object which was approaching the island. At this same moment, when I was still trying to see what it was, Lieutenant Homero, the ship's dentist, came from the bow toward us, running, pointing out to the sky, and also yelling about an object he was sighting. He was so disturbed and excited that he almost fell down after colliding with a cable. Then I was finally able to locate the object, by the flash of light it emitted. It was already close to the island.
Tic-tac.
It glittered at certain moments, perhaps changing its own light, I don't know. It was coming over the sea, moving toward the point called the Gallo Crest. I had lost 30 seconds looking for the object, but the camera was already in my hands, ready, when I sighted it clearly silhouetted against the clouds. I shot 2 photos before it disappeared behind the Peak Desejado. My camera was set at a speed of 125, 125th of a second, with the aperture at f/8, and this was the cause of an overexposure error, as I discovered later. The object remained out of sight for a few seconds behind the peak, reappearing bigger in size and flying in the opposite direction, but lower and closer than before, and moving at a higher speed.
You're corrupting there, Robert.
I shot the 3rd photo. The 4th and 5th ones were lost, not only because of the speed the saucer was moving, but also for another reason. In the confusion produced as a result of the sighting, I was being pulled and pushed by other persons also trying to spot the object and, as a consequence, photographed the sea and the island only, not the object. It was moving out to sea again, in the direction from which it had come, and it appeared to stop in midair for a brief time. At that moment I shot my last photo, the last on the film. After about 10 seconds, the object continued to increase its distance from the ship, gradually diminishing in size and finally disappearing into the horizon. Q, did you hear anything unusual during the sighting? Was the object emitting any sound? A, I am not sure, to be honest, because of the noise made by the sea waves against the island's rocks, as well as for the yelling aboard the ship at the time. However, I think that I heard nothing besides those sounds.
Yep.
Q, what was the color of the object? A, it showed a dark gray color, appearing to be surrounded mostly in the area ahead of it by a kind of condensation of a greenish, phosphorescent vapor, or mist. Q, did the object appear to be metallic? A, yes. It was obviously a solid object. Q, how was it flying? Any special characteristics? A, yes. It showed an undulatory movement as it flew across the sky, like the flight of a bat. And when it came back, it changed speed abruptly, with no transition, in a jump. Q, do you know how many persons aboard the Almirante Saldaña sighted the object? A, the object was sighted by almost all the people on the deck at that time, including Lieutenant Homero, Captain Vegas, and Mr. Emilio Vieira. Q, what happened after the sighting? A, the ship's commander and several officers from the garrison wanted to see what I had got in the photos. As I was very curious too, I decided to develop the exposed film at once, aboard the ship. The processing was done under the supervision of several officers, including Commander Carlos A. Bacelar. But only the negatives were seen aboard. The reason, there was no photographic paper for the copies on the ship at that time. The negatives, however, were seen and examined by the whole crew. Q, did you keep the negatives in your hands? A, yes. Q, were you under any pressure to give up those negatives to naval authorities? Click on image to see full size.
Yeah,
A, no.
So you need
Just
to
pause it there.
look at them, Paul. Yeah.
It's probably going to stuff up the reader though. Oh yeah, I should have right-clicked on it. So could it be a bird?
See, no, I don't think that's a bird. I don't think it is.
Could it be a hoax? But if everybody saw it and agree.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Doesn't look grey colour there, but again, it's old technology.
How many people actually came forward with their witness testimonies? I don't really know. So it was a science vessel, wasn't it? It was an exploratory mission.
Well, if you compare that shape with
alien ship.
If you compare that shape with the Japanese Alaska one, it's got that line going through it, and it's got the same sort of domes top and bottom. So I thought it might be more like a Tic Tac. Now let's see. I don't know if we can make it bigger. Why is it right on the edge of the film here, though? That's kind of weird.
Well, no, not really. It kind of adds a little bit of authenticity to it, you know, that it's not bang on, because you're going to be a little bit shaky.
This outline here of the cliff island.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not really good, is it? It almost looks like a solarette, like it's been fabricated, you know what I mean? Could he have faked it? But then again, it discounts the eyewitness accounts.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Does look like the Alaska one though. Let's see if I can run it through some filters. I don't know how the CPU is going to go though. What's going on? Stupid thing. Yeah, I'll just minimize some stuff here. I need a super computer. I dragged that and it took it away again. Leave me alone, Windows 10. Here we go, it's gonna clog the CPU. Going up, going up, going up. I didn't quite make 100%.
Yeah, Shelley's saying that looks like a drawing.
Yeah, it's not the best of pictures, is it? But still, you can't discount the eyewitness accounts unless they're all on it. What did the open minds say about it? Brightness. So you make it bright, it looks like that Alaskan one. Well, it does look like it could be something solid, doesn't it? That looks like a light reflection there and there. But yeah, we only got black and white to deal with here, so not much you can do with it, really. Looks like a real craft. So, but if you go back to the other image, where is it? We'll get that one in a minute. So that one, there's a zoom of that one, I think. Is it, or was it two different images you did? So how come it doesn't look like this here? See, I was looking at this one.
That looks more bird-like, doesn't it? But yeah.
Yeah. Plus, it's got those little appendages there, which the Tic Tac apparently said they had little appendages underneath. So is it more like a Tic Tac? Could be, you know.
Yeah, with the Tic Tac case, they said they were like inverted appendages.
This is 1957, though.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense to have little pinches, maybe if you're going underwater, you know. Sky and sea.
Yeah, it was January of 1958, just to be clear on that one.
58, was it? Okay, this one's on the other edge of the thing. That one looks more like a picture there, doesn't it?
Yeah, the ship is called the Elementary Saldana.
So this is the second image then, so we need to scale it up. Maximum.
Yeah, it's further in the distance now.
But it looks brighter. It looks like a brighter image than the other one. And it looks like it's got some more colour to it. It doesn't look like black and white completely, is it? Is it colour or black and white? Let me just have a look.
Well, I'd imagine it would have been black and white film, man.
What's this, Susan? You're giving us another donation.
Oh, thank you, Susan.
Was that because of 3 sheep?
Well, you get a full 5 sheep for that, Suzanne.
Definitely black and white, isn't it? Black greys. Did the alien pop up dancing? Hasn't said anything yet. Everything's running slow. Oh, here we go. Did we get a dance name in? Because I can't see.
We got him. Yeah.
Doesn't show.
Yeah,
doesn't show it. Doesn't show it for me.
Yeah.
So what's she saying? I had fun today. Even the trolls. Yeah, everything seemed to be going wrong today, though, didn't it? So I think in the end, it's been quite good.
They're the most fun. The trolls always.
I think we got up to 15 concurrent users, and if all the other guys stood around, we may even got up to 20 users today if they didn't go to bed.
I know. We got 4 downvotes as well, by the way. So yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised. That'll be the ones that got banned.
It's been a fun night. And it's not quite over.
There's always going to be haters, and there's also going to be the hoaxers out there that don't like being exposed. Mr. Ed, we'll never forget you. With his rotating hover tank or whatever it was. Yeah, this one's really dim. But it's different. Still got the same shape to it. And that's the filters that we used on the other one. Unusual. Looks like it's rotated around more. There's the thing sticking outside each way, and looks like there's some appendices underneath. So, but it does kind of look bird-like though, doesn't it? It still kind of looks like a squashed up bird with the wings and the beak. I don't know.
It's a little bit too vague to make a conclusive decision on analysis on.
You'd have to scan the negatives again, I think, on the highest quality we can get. It doesn't sort of pop out though. Let's just stick with that. But it does look like a craft, or it's definitely an object of some kind. I don't think. Whether it's been hoaxed, could he have flown something off the side and people have played along? I don't know. Why would they want to hoax it though? So what did Open Minds say about it? Do you remember? Maybe you can Google, find out.
Oh,
I think it's getting...
I'm muted here, for God's sakes.
Right. Stop muting yourself. I was thinking I was talking to myself again. Okay, now we're getting a double filter. Well, that's interesting. That changes it completely there, doesn't it? That we didn't see before. Like there's actually lighter panels, 3 of them, underneath.
Mhm.
That's kind of looking more like a...
Yes, you can see the dark areas there, can't you? Ooh,
Bright
that's,
ones,
oh my
but
God.
they look like windows when we played around with the colours. Like there, look. Swapping out the colours. But they are definitely dark areas, whether they're windows or something different, yeah. But definitely looks like saucer shape, doesn't it? And it's on an angle. Looks like it's sort of banking away from the craft and heading away, right? So we're seeing more of the underneath, and there's a dome coming underneath. I don't know, that one still looks pretty credible to me.
Yep. Well, they've never been fully debunked, ever. So
Right.
you know that and there's an awful lot of people looked at it with a critical eye and so I don't know. It's but at least there's some photographic evidence, which you don't get in a lot of cases.
No, unfortunately, the playing ones would have been really good if they had some footage. Let's see. So I didn't actually get this one. My enhancement came out way different than this one, so I don't know where that one's coming from. Newspaper. But my enhancements come out way better than that, so I don't know. Trindade, Island photographs. What's Open Minds have to say? Then we've probably got to wrap up because I'm probably burning out here.
Yeah, sure.
We're up to 4 hours, by the way.
Well, we're always going to have to do a bit of overtime tonight, won't we?
Yeah. Open Minds. Oh, here we go. Rare documents, I reckon. Why is it not opening up? Did I click it? Oh, this is annoying. I'm pretty sure I'm clicking it. Waiting for open minds. We're always waiting for open minds. Hey, 15 New Zealand. You may have tipped us over $100 mark. We might actually get a payment next month from Google. Timeout on open minds. What the hell? That's no good. Let's see.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. Otherwise, I'd have had that bookmarked for you. But I thought you might have been able to open that in your country.
You can click on cached, which brings in the cache one from Google.
Oh yeah, cached, yeah.
Cached. I'll have to shrink it down though. No, it's still having trouble. Text only. Okay. Looks like it's trying to bring some pictures down. Rare documents. Okay, maybe I need to read it out. Different letters. Oh, that'll do.
Almiro Barrrr. During the last few days there has been quite a bit of discussion in the UFO forums about the alleged hoax confession by the late Brazilian professional photographer Almiro Barrrr regarding the famous photographic sequence of a flying disc he took on board the Brazilian Navy ship Almirante Saldanha on the coast of Trindade Island in January 16, 1958. These UFO photos are among the best known ever in the history of ufology, not just because of their quality, but also due to their background, such as the fact that were taken in a Navy ship, that the object was seen by many of the crewmen, that the case was officially investigated by the Brazilian Navy, and last, but not least, that the case became known when Brazil's president, Juscelino Kubitschek, gave copies of the photos to a reporter from the Rio de Janeiro, the nation's capital back then. Newspaper Correo de Manha, Morning Courier, where they were published on the front page on February 21, 1958. See clip. The case and photos became a cause célèbre ever since, appearing in hundreds of UFO articles, books and TV programs. Almiro's UFO photos under dispute. Barrr's UFO photos under dispute. Trindade Island, image credit, Google.
Oh, we can't see
Trindade
those.
Island indicating location of ship. Image credit, Google. Correo clip. Correo de Manha, the first newspaper to publish two photos. The alleged second-hand confession of Barrr, who passed away in 2000, appeared on the highly popular prime-time television program Fantastico, broadcast by the Globo TV network earlier this month. While Fantastico has produced many UFO segments in the past, most of which were positive towards the field, this particular one was quite negative, as they debunked not just the Trindade photos, but many famous Brazilian UFO cases. The section on Barrr was very short, and contained very little specific information. It basically consisted on a soundbite by a friend of Barrr, an ad agency career woman called Amelia Bittencourt, who said the following: he, Barrr, took 2 cooking tablespoons, joined them and made a spaceship, using his home refrigerator as the backdrop. He photographed the object on the refrigerator door with the perfect lighting. He laughed about it. The TV program then added that the collection of Barrr is with his niece, who declined to be recorded on camera but confirmed the fraud. Almiro Barrrr, right, with a friend.
He'd stop
Instead,
that.
there is a probable explanation for this alleged confession that was
That's
also
stuffed up.
You can see the Mundo Ilustrado clip below. The translation of the title and
Stop it, Paul. Stop it, Paul.
had is the extent of the second-hand confession.
Jeez.
So what was... I'm just trying to think how they faked it then.
Well, yeah, hold on a second. Now, Bruce Maccabee to this day swears they're genuine.
Well, it's a genuine object. We just said that as well. But was it faked with a model?
But the problem is, Paul, there was a newspaper article written by the same guy who photographed this object. And he was telling people how to focus a UFO. Now, that's disturbing.
So you done it with 2 teaspoons.
That's troubling. Yeah, but Maccabee totally disagreed with this version of things.
Does it look like 2 tablespoons though? It doesn't really. What's the line?
This is what Maccabee said as well. It doesn't look like that.
Who we got joining us?
I don't know. Have we got a sub? Or we had a new contribution?
Snipes? I thought he was already... Oh, right, you're giving us some money. Oh,
Wes.
right.
Hello, Wes.
Oh, I never had a donation from Mr. Snipes before. Thanks very much.
Very kind, sir.
We might make our first payment from Google in 3.5 years. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. If he said it was like 2 plates with a bit in the middle going across, that would make more sense. But to me, it looks more like 2 bowls with a piece of wood in the middle, you know, to give it that shape.
Yeah. But you were right earlier. I mean, it looked very much similar to what Hoax seen on that. Oh God, what was it again? Flight 1628, wasn't it?
Oh, here's Bruce Maccabee talking about it here. Okay, what has he got to say?
Sure. And he's
That
worth
is the
listening
extent
to.
of the second-hand confession, as told by Amelia Bittencourt on Fantastico. By all accounts, Barrr was a highly skilled photographer, who could have created a good quality hoaxed UFO photo, but there are a couple of problems with her statement. One is whether 2 spoons would look like the Saturn-shaped object in the Trindade photos, a point raised by optical physicist Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who has long studied this case. The other is the reference to his home refrigerator as a backdrop. Barrrr could have not used his home refrigerator for the simple reason that he was not home, but in the Navy ship Almirante Saldanha. He would have had to use the ship's kitchen refrigerator in view of the cook and a bunch of sailors, and this is extremely unlikely.
Yep.
Instead, there is a probable explanation for this alleged confession that was also mentioned by Maccabee, which is that Barrrr did indeed hoax some UFO photos that were published in the Brazilian magazine Mundo Ilustrado, Illustrated World, in 1954, and which could have led to a confusion about what the old man told his friend and his niece. You can see the Mundo Ilustrado clip below.
Yes.
The translation of the title and subtitle is the following: A flying saucer was in my house. How can you make a Martian spacecraft? Or what is the truth and untruth of the saucers? Photographic tricks can be used for exploration and fun. The text was written by Vinicius Lima, and the photos were made by none other than Almiro Barrrr. In fact, in the photos you can see how a woman is joining two pieces of something. I am unable to read the caption as the text is very small. A final point about this 1954 article is worth mentioning, and that is that this was an upfront, declared trick, not a hoax in which you are pretending that the UFO photo is real. Mundo Ilustrado, 1954. Mundo Ilustrado, 1954.
Can't skip it as it goes wrong.
The Brazilian
Yeah, it doesn't
skeptic
matter.
Kentaro Mori pointed to another interview, this one with Barrrr himself just 3 years before his death, made by researcher Marco Antonio Petit in 1997. The headline posted by Mori reads, Almiro Barrrr tells details of the trick. However, when I saw the clip on YouTube, I couldn't find any specific reference to Barrrr hoaxing the Trindade photos. There was some talk of him and his fellow companions of the Ikarai Diving Club, who were also witnesses in the Almirante Saldanha ship, talking about a safe they had found, which they pretended to be an old French safe, and how he didn't get along with the editor of the famous O Cruzeiro magazine, and so on, but no confession of hoaxing the Trindade photos. There is a final point that I want to make that is particularly germane to anyone who lived in Latin America during the Cold War era. Pulling a high-profile hoax right under the noses of a military institution, and keeping it up for a long time would have been certainly not impossible, but foolish and even quite risky. The Latin American military forces back then had immense power, and not the best record on human rights, to put it mildly, so that's an additional factor to keep in mind. Divers. Ikarai Diving Club with Barrrr on the right.
Okay. Was there anything else we need to read out here?
No, but you can see there's controversy over the case, isn't there?
It might be, again, a legit sighting, and then after that he started making models of what he saw, took photographs of it, and somehow it got mixed up that he was a hoaxer and hoaxed all the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
There's another possibility, you know. It's a bit like Ed Walters, where we debated Ed Walters and the model in the attic.
I think what's happened here, there's a lot of skeptics, this is their tactic. If they can't actually attack the photograph, and they can't attack the witness testimony, then they attack the witness. Yeah. So basically, they're putting doubt on this guy's integrity. Do you know what? I'm not sure on this because the waters have got muddied, and it's difficult now to say whether this is.
Well, they reckon there was 50 people that saw it.
Yeah, I know, but how many of those 50 people have actually come forward and made statements, Paul? I don't know, and I couldn't find that anywhere.
Yeah, that's the problem with old cases, though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No doubt someone has looked for them. If somebody knows anything more about this case, please feel free and leave something for us so we can
So
we can follow up on it.
He took 6 pictures, it says here.
At the first moment when the object came back, I was able to shoot 6 pictures. 2 of them were lost due to the pandemonium created at the deck. The other 4 pictures show the object at the horizon, on a reasonable sequence, approaching the island and at the hillside, the best, and finally disappearing, moving away. I pulled out the film from my camera 20 minutes later following a request from the commander, who wanted to know if the pictures were of good quality. Almost all the ship crew saw the film, and they were unanimous in their reports to the Brazilian Navy Secret Service.
So it's like a Polaroid.
These were the members of the ship crew.
Yeah.
So you took 6
Chief,
photographs,
Emílio Vieira
2 of them
Filho,
blew out
banker,
to sea.
diver and athlete deputy chief.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting bit. No, don't bypass that bit there.
What bit? I was
The
just trying to
ship's
wrap up.
electrical equipment stopped working during the sighting. Now that's interesting.
Where does it say that?
Well, I don't know, Paul, because you scrolled right past it.
I think there were comments there.
That's a very important point, because engine interference, electrical interference are a big part of the UFO phenomena. So that should not be missed. That part of it should not be missed. I think that part of it adds a lot of credence to the case, to be honest.
Was it here?
Paul, I have no idea what
A
you're
final
doing.
point should be made, regardless of whether the Barrrr photos were real or hoaxed. A debate that is not finished despite his so-called confession to Bittencourt. There was a real UFO sighting experienced by many other witnesses in the Almirante Saldanha Navy ship in mid-January 1958. This much is clear from the many headlines in the Brazilian press at the time. One headline in the prestigious Rio de Janeiro newspaper O Jornal do Brasil reads, "Authentic photos. Official note quotes strange object seen over Trindade." Another newspaper clipping, "My photocopy is cut so I am not sure which Brazilian paper it is," has the following headline and subtitle, "Navy inquiry confirms the existence of a flying disc over Trindade Island. Aerial object seen several times on different days by technicians, sailors and officers of the Navy. All indicates that it was not a photographic montage." Conclusions of the EMA. Navy Intelligence Service, inquiry sent to Deputy Congressman Sergio Magalhães, history of several sightings, similar testimonies.
It wasn't it, but electronics.
No, you went right past it, Paul.
Yeah, you should have spoken sooner.
It doesn't matter. I can talk that, but anyway, there was electrical interference on board the ship, and that's all we need to know. Now, what I'm saying is that adds some credence to the case.
6 pictures.
Because it's happened in so many of the incidents where UFOs are involved in close proximity.
Okay, read out it.
According to rumors I heard at the deck, the ship's electric equipment stopped working during the apparition of the object. What I can confirm is that after the ship left the island, electrical equipment stopped 3 times, and the officials didn't have a firm explanation about what was happening. Every time the ship stopped, the lights faded out slowly until they were totally off.
EMF.
When it happened, the officers walked to the deck with their binoculars. However, the sky was already full of clouds, and they were not able to see anything.
Sounds like it's legit.
I need to say that if the reporter from a newspaper called Correio de Manhã wasn't smart enough to seize copies of the photos offered to then-President Juscelino Kubitschek, maybe nobody would have known about these facts, since the Navy had already checked me asking how much I wanted to not give any publicity to the pictures. I'd like to make it clear that all the officers with whom I had contact during the entire time of the inquiries were very nice to me. I felt completely comfortable, and they didn't impose any objection to the disclosure of the case. They only mentioned that the sensationalist nature of the case could cause panic amongst the population, and this was the reason why the Brazilian armed forces were trying to...
So that's that done now. So yeah, it's a real object. I don't think it's too smooth, so we closed it down now. But there are two rounded, and the bit in the middle It had to be 2 spoons and something else, if that's the case, if it was faked. But
and the refrigerator thing doesn't seem to add up either.
Well, 50 witnesses.
Yeah, but if Bruce Maccabee thinks those photos are genuine, well, I'm going to listen.
Yeah. We better wrap up, because Susan probably needs to get to bed.
Yeah.
That
guy's as good as they come.
1 o'clock in the morning over there, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. I'm starving too.
You should have had a sandwich like I did.
Yeah.
Where's all those girlfriends? Yeah, you need your girlfriend around knocking up some cheese toasties for you. Cheese and red onion. Or yellow pickle. Really good. Shelley likes cheese toasties. She's always getting about my kiwi toasties. Right. We better wrap up with the end credits now.
Yeah. Well, same time next week, folks. Thank you all.
Thank you for the donations and all the new subs. It was a good show despite someone was trying to sabotage it. The Men in Black or Microsoft. Good night all, and we'll see you again midweek hopefully. Let's see if Google's gonna take away our subs and views for today's show, like they've been doing for the other ones.
Yeah, no, you watch now. Yeah, but in 2 days' time, it'll be less than 100 views. No chance. I don't believe it. That's not happening.
I think I may have found the problem with the audio. Windows installed an update for a program for enhancing the audio, and it looks like it modified it on the driver of my headset.
Okay.
Hopefully it's fixed now. Damn Windows.